Well, what is going on, everybody out there in YouTube land? C1122, Wingnut Radio, out here for Anarchy Television. And I decided I was going to make a fire and sit out here by the fire for a little while. So what I'm going to do, it's actually it just got dark, so I'm out here with a headlamp. Get out of here a little bit. Get out of here. Put your nose right on my knife's blade. Well, Snooks, what life? What's up, everybody? This is what is called fat lighter or pine knot or fat light. Anyway, it's the heart of a pine tree after it's been the sap and all that stuff. I'm just kind of shaving off right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm probably just going to break out maybe a fire start or fire steel or something like that and trying to start this thing up. But it's not too cool out here. I mean, it's just chilly enough to me. Anyway, I'm a Florida guy, so I mean, it's just chilly enough for me to put on a hoodie. And I was like, well, shit, I haven't built a fire out here in a while. And I like making fires. So what I'm doing right this moment, trying to get me a bunch of shavings, this fat lighter. And hopefully this all works out like I want it to. And we'll see. Where's my damn thing? Andy, what's going on? Ooh, look at that. All right. We got 4. Fire. Fire. See how that goes. Let's see how that goes. Where to put my knife? Okay, put my knife down here. One of my favorite knives right there. Good old-fashioned K-bar. Beautiful. Actually, I don't know if anybody else has, but this is my little modification. Most of these K-bars have got this like post that goes all the way across. I shaved mine off so I can actually do that. I don't know. My little modification to a K-bar. And also on a K-bar, I put a leg strap, put a couple of what they call Ranger bands on it. So I've got another one, but this one, I got another one of these fire steels like this that I'll stick on here like that, and that'll sit like that. But I gotta make one of these things for the other steel. Now, I'm hoping this will all catch pretty good. I'm not sure yet, but thought I'd sit out here and wait for people to show up. And if anybody wants to get up on panel or anything like that and talk while we're out here, all that stuff, kind of just sit here and shoot the shit, let me know. And if I do bring people, I got to go get my headset, so I'm not out here talking through the speakerphone, because that's what I'm doing right now, because I'm not listening to anybody. But if I got to listen to somebody, I got to go get my headset. But let's see here. Let me go get my chair. Chair over here. Here's my chair. There's my chair. It's right at dark, so the fucking mosquitoes have just been eating me up for a second there until I got the damn fire going, and they possibly leave me alone. Let me put that stuff up. My little hatchet, my knife. Now, I'll probably keep my knife with me. I'll put the hatchet up. So, now I think about it, how's everybody doing out there? Everybody okay, I guess? Man, StreamYard's changed something. They got this little fucking button down here, share your referral link, which I don't have a fucking referral link and all that shit, but I can't get rid of this damn button unless I upgrade, unless I upgrade StreamYard, then I can get rid of this little referral link button. But that kind of sucks, because it's right there at the bottom of my damn chat, and I can't see the very first or the very last comment that just came in, like, Blue Unicorn, what's going on? I see you in there, but I can't see what you sit there and commented yet until you get past that little fucking referral link button. Present. Okay, there you go. Now I see what you said. I hate that. I got to upgrade to get rid of something. They put this shit on there and they're like, oh, if you want to get rid of it, you got to upgrade. Stupid. Let's see here. See how easy it is to make a fire? My God, I'm telling you, man, I don't understand why people can't do this. Some people out there just don't know how to fucking make a goddamn fire. It's just sometimes it's the easiest goddamn thing to do. I've made so many fires in my life. It's like a rite of passage, man. No. Referral link, Snooks. See, I don't have a referral link, but it's got this button that, because YouTube changed some stuff, but it's got this button down at the bottom of the chat. And if I go vertical, or if I go to a horizontal like this, I can only see two comments, I can only see two comments, and one of them gets covered up by this damn link. So I got to keep it on the vertical. But they got this referral link button to share your referral link. And I'm sitting there, I was looking through this before I started the stream. I was like, you know, I want to get rid of it. And I'm trying to get rid of it, and it won't let me get rid of this damn button unless I upgrade StreamYard. It's pretty messed up. I got to upgrade to get rid of something. I know 10 ways to make fire, including using ice as a lens. Yeah, no shit. You know, and that's another thing too, Unicorn. I'm gonna tell you something, man. It's just unfortunate that so many people, especially nowadays, don't know how to do simple things like make a fire. You know, I don't know. When I was a kid, man, you know, I used to make lots of fires all the time. And like I did just then, I mean, I didn't have to use a lighter. I don't need a lighter. I mean, I've got my fire steel. I mean, you know, but you know, I know a number of different ways to make fires also. But just a simple thing like, you know, using a fire steel, you know, to create a spark and stuff like that, and using natural materials. Because right now, like I said, I just shaved up a bunch of little shavings of lighter knot or pine knot, whatever you want to call it, or fat lighter. I mean, you know, fat lighter, pine knot, fat, you know, lighter knot. That's what the, you know, different names for it. But I just take a bunch of really fine shavings of it and then use that as my starter because, you know, it's so, you know, flammable and it takes a spark really well. And then, you know, I've got pine needles all over the place. So I use that as my little bird's nest, you know, just pine needles. And then, you know, sometimes I like to use pine, you know, just regular pine cones when they've all opened up and stuff. They're pretty good and flammable too. And then just dump everything on top of you know, on top of that. See, I had a bunch of pieces of wood already in there, kind of like kind of stacked like a Lincoln logs. And I had a bunch of other twigs right on top of it. And then I put a big bed of pine needles on top of it. And then when I got the fire started on the little bird's nest I made, I just dumped that on top and let it burn from the top down. And this is my little burn pit right here. I've got yeah. See, that's the thing too. I mean, you know, I mean, it's not good. I mean, you know, it's a good fire starter, but you know, I would definitely not cook with it because it puts off too much of a soot. It's better to cook with like hardwoods, like oak or something like that. But you know, it's definitely a you know, pine knot and all that stuff or fat lighter is it's a good starter, you know, to get something going. And I used to, like when I was younger, I had a fireplace and all that stuff, but I haven't had a fireplace in a while. I've been like this right here is actually one of the ends of an old propane tank, and that's what this is right here. It's just one of the ends cut off, and I've got it for my burn barrel, like a fire pit type of thing. Yeah, Blue Unicorn. I mean, how that kind of reminds me back when the old jailhouse thing, man. Taking a couple of pieces of aluminum foil from a chewing gum and you know and getting that started just to light a cigarette, you know, putting it into a light socket, you know, like a electrical socket, and getting them things, you know, you get the electricity from the light socket, whatever, you get that going, and you can light a cigarette that way. But I'm talking about like on a just a general sense, like, and that's another thing too. It's like there's so many people, especially nowadays with, you know, the younger generation, they don't get outside They don't put their feet on the green grass all that often. You know what I mean? They're always sitting inside and living vicariously through other people's fucking videos on YouTube. But see, I even have a lighter. I didn't even use that, but I got one. I mean, it's always good to know multiple ways to start a fire if you don't have a lighter. And if you even if you have a lighter that doesn't have any fluid in, a lot of times the flint's still good, and you can use that flint spark to get something going. You know what I mean? And things. And like I said, if anybody wants to come up on panel or anything like that, so we can shoot the shit, just let me know in the chat or whatever. I'll go get my headphones and I'll put the link in and all that stuff. But I got to get my headphones if I do that, though. If I get people up here, yeah, down to the ground, yeah, exactly, yep. Cheryl, I won't know until somebody else makes a comment what exactly you said, Cheryl. You said, what do you think? I guess I can't read the rest of it because that stupid referral link button is covering it up. Loose sounds like an explosion. Yeah. Yeah, all that soot in your yeah, all the soot in the fireplace. What the hell is going on with this? Oh, showing stage. Why is that? It's weird. I got this new thing with the comment section on StreamYard. It's changed since the last time I did a stream. Or actually, I did a stream and it had that button there, but I hadn't highlighted anything, and now it's got this new fucking stuff just to highlight a goddamn comment, which is fucking crazy. Ferro rods are good. Let's see here. Kindling is important. Yeah, exactly. Kindling is important. Let's see here. Where is it? Well, that's what I use to start the fire, Cheryl. What do I think about ferro rods? That's what I used to start the fire, actually. Because like I said, I got a bunch of fat lighter sitting over here because we had a bunch of pine stumps and stuff that we kind of busted up and cut up and stuff like that. So I've got a bucket full of fat lighter, and I'll just take a couple of little twigs of it or chunks of it, and then shave off real fine shavings of it, and then I'll put that on top of my little bird's nest that I'm going to use to for the fire, and then I'll just take my ferro rod and spark it up. That's what I did to just get this going. And that's another thing too. I've got a number of different kits when it comes down to like I've got different backpacks and stuff like that packed up for different reasons and shit. And I've got basically I got a fire starting kit. I got fire making kits. I got a small medical kit. I've got a like a shelter making kit, and then like a cooking type kit. That's generally what I have as the basics in every one of my packs, and I always throw in like in my fire starting kits, I grab a bunch of these pieces of bat lighter, and cut them up into small chunks and stuff and put them in like a tin or something like that. And, so I always have fat lighter. I mean, I can always find it in the woods around you, especially out here in Florida. There's pine trees everywhere. All I got to do is just find one that's been, dead or, got hit by lightning or whatever, and I can find pine, fat lighter anywhere, but I like to have it on me just in case I can't get it out in the wild. That's part of my fire starting kit, because fat lighter is so easy because it's so flammable. It's so easy to get something started, even when things are wet. Even when things are wet. I don't know what they're sitting there growling about, but I hear my dogs over there growling at something. But yeah, see, this is my my little burn pit. Like I said, it's just the end of an old propane tank. You know those big, long, lay down type propane tanks you would have for a house. It's like the end of it. What are you guys barking at? What are you barking at? Go get them. See, that's another thing too, Blue Unicorn. I mean, I mean, especially out here in Florida, it tends to be wet. Sometimes a good portion of the time too. So I'm always, fat lighter is always a good thing to have, when you're in wet conditions, because it'll definitely take a spark. Dear dialed. Thanks, Cheryl. My phone is so close to my face right now, the way I've got it hanging, man. It's like, even with my glasses on, it still looks kind of blurry. Do I ever see gators? Lockhart, Miss Lockhart. Good to see you. Good to see you, Miss. Yes, I do see gators every so often. I mean, every once in a great while, there's a pond that's not that far away from from where I'm sitting right now, actually, and there's a lot of fish in there. I mean, brim and bass and stuff like that. Every once in a while, a gator will make its way over into our pond. Like they'll eat up all the food or whatever, where they were, and they'll wander over. I think the last one that ended up in our pond, we killed it and we ate it, and it was 11 foot 3 inches. That's how big it was. It was 11 foot 3 inches, and it was good. I'm gonna tell you. You cut that meat up in little chunks, and batter it up with like some panko and fry it up. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Put it on a plate with some hush puppies and some coleslaw. I'm gonna tell you something, Miss Lockhart. That's some good eating. Popcorn, what's going on? Oh man, they're just, you take off running. It's like, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Me, I'm gonna tell you the way I look at it. I like alligators are just big dogs, in my opinion. They're just big reptilian dogs. I mean, I've been around gators all my life. I'm not really worried about them too much. Matter of fact, I would rather deal with an alligator than a shark. I'm just, I do not like. I mean, I've been around the ocean because I live down here in Florida. I grew up next to the beach and all that stuff around the ocean all my life. You know what I mean? And I still don't like going out too deep into the salt water because sharks. I mean, simply out here, especially down here in Panama City, for instance, we have at least one shark attack once a year, at least one. And what it is the foolish tourists don't know there's two sandbars, like out here in Panama City. I mean, there's two sandbars. You know, you go off the beach and you go out, there's a sandbar, and you go out a little deeper and it's another sandbar. If you get past that second sandbar, you're just asking to be shark bait. And but I like to I like to go around all these freshwater springs and stuff because I'm so over the beach, I can't stand it anymore. So I like to go around these freshwater springs and rivers and stuff, and it's so much nicer in my opinion. There's shade, more animals, fresh water, less people, um, and and alligators are not a big deal. You know, it's like I think you know I think the snapping turtles and stuff like that, and the big alligator turtles are probably, in my opinion, much more dangerous because there's sneak up on you. But alligators are most of the time they're more scared of you. I mean, they'd rather just either they'd rather not mess with you unless they see you as a threat. You know what I mean? Like you're coming up, like you're coming up on a nursery, and the mama is protecting the young. Um, so I mean, I'd much rather deal with an alligator than a shark any day. Um, but every once in a while, like I said, my dogs are going off. You hear them out there? Not only that, I mean, there's a wolf preserve that's not that far away from me, actually. And every once in a while, when the wolves start howling and stuff there, next thing you know, my dogs are out here howling too, which is kind of funny, acting like wolves. But yeah, every once in a while, I mean, you don't hear them all the time, but I'm close enough, and at night the sound travels even further and better and stuff. So when they start going, when those wolves start going, next thing you know, that my dogs are out here howling back at them. Kink, Master Jefferson. Mm, yeah, definitely not. Dane. Had a couple of new names in there, which is interesting. Um, I can't read the rest of your comment. It says, "Hey, Anarchy, do," and that's as far as I got. And until the next somebody, okay. Do you support Donald Trump? I don't support any politician. I'm an anarchist, man. I don't think I don't. I see no legitimacy in government at all. if you subscribe to the left right paradigm, you're a fool, in my opinion. Because left wing, right wing, it doesn't matter. They're both wings of the same bird of prey, and neither one of them give a shit about the people out here. I don't really care. It's just the way I see it. And like I said, I got this thing sitting on my neck right now, so I'm kind of looking down, trying to, and it's close to my face, so I'm trying to read the chat at the same time, and even though it's so close, I got my glasses on, I can still barely read it sometimes. I heard you say "Go Trump" once, I think. Well, you're probably thinking of somebody else. So, what makes all the decisions under anarchy? Isn't it just mayhem and chaos? Actually, the anarchy and chaos are complete opposites. Actually, if you want to know the truth, they're opposites. Um, Anarchy is purely voluntarism, non-aggression principle. I mean, that doesn't mean I will not defend myself. It means I'll definitely defend myself, but I will not initiate the aggression. You know. Hey, Blue, I used to know somebody. A friend of mine used to live out there in Colorado. Actually, was it? Oh man, I can't remember the damn town. It's out there by one of them ski basins. What the hell are y'all barking at? It's out there by one of them ski basins. She used to do massage at one of the motels out there. She was a massage therapist. Surely someone like you would rise under anarchy to make all this. No, fuck that. Why would anybody? I don't see any legitimacy of anybody making all these decisions. PDF, what is going on there, sir? Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. Even though Trump's doing a couple of different things that I'm okay with, but there's a lot of other things that I'm not okay with. And it's the same thing for the other side. There's a couple of things that I might be okay with, but there's a lot of stuff that I'm not okay with. You know, government is ran. Government is ran and um, under coercion, force, threats, violence, and theft. That's how it operates. That's how it perpetuates. That's how government works. It uses force, coercion, compulsion, threats, violence, theft. That's what government does. Well, Dane, do you know what a crime is? Maybe you need to actually, maybe you should look into what actually a crime is. A group of people decided, especially yeah. See, that's the thing too. It's like our votes, our rights, our natural rights that are endowed to us from the Creator cannot be voted on. And I don't give a shit if it's 2 people voting on it or 100,000. I don't care. Thank you, Indy. Yeah, Porter Varmer. He's a good guy out there. I mean, he's not that far away from me. Actually, he's probably a couple of hours away from me. Well, probably more than that. Probably about 3 or 4 hours away from me. He's on the other side of Tallahassee, so he's not that far away. But he's another Floridian. Thank you for that. You know what I mean? Us Florida people need to stick together. It's like, okay, I mean, does it make it right if 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 I go over to my neighbor and try and force him to pay me taxes for just existing? Well, okay, if it doesn't make it right for me to do that, does it make it right if I get me and about a dozen of my friends to go over there and force him to make him pay taxes just to exist? Well, if that still doesn't make it right, Does it make it right if there's about 1,000 friends of mine and me all decided to go over there and make him my neighbor, force him to to pay taxes just to exist? If that doesn't make it, what if I had the whole, or at least half of the nation on my side to go over there and force them? Does it still make it right? Well, if that doesn't make it right, if I had the whole nation on my side, and over a million people on my side to force my neighbor to pay taxes just to exist, does it make it right? See, that's threats, force, and violence. That's what government does. No, if you give up your essential liberties or your essential freedoms for the promise of security, you deserve neither. Dane. Taxes are theft, and taxes done at the point of a government gun is extortion. All taxes. Doesn't matter what it is and what it's being spent on, because it's done at the point of a government gun. It's not voluntary. Now, if taxes were voluntary and I can opt out, I'm okay with taxes. You know what I mean? Because then the ones that want to pay it, they can pay it. If I don't want to pay it, I shouldn't be punished for not paying it. But it's not that way. We're forced at the point of a gun to pay it. That's extortion. That's theft. That's basically robbery. You know, Dane, the roads were paid for long ago by our ancestors in blood. So, and honestly, that's the same type of argument. It's like, oh my God, well, it's just like if we didn't pay taxes, we wouldn't have roads. Well, that's the same argument that the slave owners back in the days had. It's like, oh my God, if we didn't have slaves, who would pick the cotton? That's the same argument. So, how would I defend myself? With a fucking gun and whatever means necessary. That's how I would defend myself. I don't need cops or government to defend me. Actually, if you read the law and the Supreme Court rulings, the opinion of the Supreme Court, cops have no legal obligation to protect any of us. So, what the fuck are we paying them for? Really, just to extort money out of us. That's what we pay them for. We pay them to extort all of us and violate our natural civil rights. Well, okay. All right, Dane. I mean, honestly, I don't know how old you are. I don't know how long you've been on this planet, and I don't know how well you know history. All right. Even though the roads have to be maintained, do you know why even driver's licenses or any of that stuff actually first started? Do you know why it started in the first place? It wasn't to actually for everybody to get one. Technically, we're all travelers unless we're making money on the public roads. All right. Technically, the main reason why driver's licenses were installed in the first place is to keep track of our public what do you call it? Our public vehicles, and stuff like that, and also to issue driver's license to like taxi drivers, truck drivers, delivery truck drivers, stuff like that. Those are the ones that are actually making money using the public roads. Those are the ones that should be taxed, and those because they're making money using the public roads, and that money that is being taxed maintains the roads. Well, the government realized, well, that's a good revenue source, so let's just convince everybody that they're drivers and tax everybody, because that's exactly what a driver's license is. That's exactly what that little sticker on your license plate. That's exactly what a license plate is. They're just taxes. It doesn't make you a better driver. I mean, because I know a lot of people that have a driver's license that are fucking assholes and don't know shit about fucking driving and are idiots out on the road. So it doesn't make it anybody safer having a driver's license. All it is a government tax. That's all it is. See, the difference between a driver and a traveler is a traveler. See, even in our Constitution, in the Constitution of the United States, even in the Florida Constitution, we have the right, our natural right to travel, to convey ourselves and our private property anywhere without being taxed, without having to have mandatory insurance. Even though insurance is a good idea, it's not mandatory. None of this shit. But under a driver, which is a commercial term, that is a way a government will tax you, is because it's a commercial entity. It is nothing but it's just nothing but theft, really. You're forcing people to pay a tax to use the roads that are already paid for long ago in our ancestors' blood. So, and unfortunately, there's people don't really know history and really don't understand reality. They live in this fantasy world that has been put in front of you by the ones that want to make you indentured servants, indentured servitude. Well, of course they don't last forever, Dean. I mean, you're not listening to me. The ones that shouldn't, the ones that should pay a tax to use the roads are the ones that are making money on it. Using the public roads. Those are the one, and that money should be used to maintain them. Here in Florida, the only tax that it gets put toward roads is a gas tax. If you put gas in your car and you pay for gas, the taxes on the gas actually pay for roads. So it's not like that's how they're paid for here in Florida, for instance. It's a gas tax. So, but we're as Americans. I mean, hell, back in the day, we fought a damn war over 2% tax, and now we're getting taxed in this nation up to 60% of our wealth is being taxed. Even our taxes are getting taxed. You know what I mean? It's like and yet we as Americans keep on fucking letting it happen. Like I said, back in the day, we started a fucking war over 2% tax. Yeah, no shit. No PDF. Yeah, that's another thing too, man. It's like I think about that too. There's a lot of roads around here that are shit and they haven't been maintained or fixed in so long, and now they're actually doing these two north and south roads that go from Panama City Beach up to Alabama and Georgia and stuff. They're widening them up to like a 4-lane, and they're talking about that as like a main hurricane evacuation route. So they're making this a 4-lane. Hell, this has been going on. I mean, they've been working on these fucking roads for 5 years now, or going on 5 years now, and it's like they're milking it. It's like holy shit. When are they ever going to get done? Doing these damn roads, and it's funny too, man. You see one guy in a ditch out there digging, and about 4 or 5 other guys standing up above the hole, watching them do it. That's what we're paying for. that's what our taxes are being paid for. Is have 4 guys watching one guy digging a hole. Oh shit! I need some more wood in there. Yeah, get some more wood in there. And that kind of irritates the shit out of me too. It's like, hell, that's a government worker right there, is like standing on the side of the road, leaning up against the shovel. That's a fucking government worker right there. That's what our tax dollars are paying for. That's what our tax dollars are being stolen from us for, to pay for. Have some guy getting a paycheck to stand there and leaning up against the shovel. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. I mean, and then you think about some of the taxes going all these other foreign countries and stuff for stupid ass reasons. It's like our wealth is being stolen from us and then shipped out to every other fucking country around the fucking world, even the ones that don't even like us. You know, and then people wonder why our infrastructure ain't worth a shit. You know, well, it's because they steal our fucking wealth and fucking ship it off to all these other fucking countries around the world, and they don't fucking deal with what has to be dealt with here in our own country. Yeah, PDF. I'm gonna tell you something, man. When it comes down to homeless thing, you know, I mean, honestly, man, there's so many people. I mean, so many people would not be homeless, if we just paid attention to our own fucking shit here in our own country. And they're doing it on purpose. Honestly, man, they're making, like you look at BlackRock that keeps on buying up all these fucking properties around the nation and stuff like that, and then turning around and making it into rental properties, and it just makes it even, that makes it even harder to even own a home or a piece of property because they hike up the prices. Hell, even I can't remember where it was, but there's some places like some municipalities, even here in Florida, that were artificially inflating the property values, so they can up the property taxes, and they can get more property taxes out of the people and stuff like that. They were artificially inflating this stuff on purposes, and people are paying all this fucking shit. See, that's one thing I am actually on board with when it comes down to DeSantis, and I certainly hope that he fast tracks it. And it's technically unconstitutional anyway. Is property taxes? Property taxes is unconstitutional. Now, if DeSantis actually does what he's talking about and eliminating property taxes, I'm on board with that because it shouldn't be there in the first place. Property taxes is fucking bullshit because, I mean, you can't own a piece of property if you got to pay rent on it every fucking year to the government. You know what I'm saying? And it would be nice. It would help me out a lot too. I mean, the amount of property taxes on just 7 acres that I'm sitting on right now every fucking year. It's a good chunk of change every year. And that'd make things a lot easier. If I didn't have to be extorted for property taxes every fucking year on the property that's already been paid for 2 generations ago. I mean, literally, the property I'm sitting on right now was bought and paid for almost 2 generations ago. But yet we've had to pay fucking rent on it every fucking year in the form of property tax. But, I sound like a lefty. Well, all right, whatever you say, man. I don't know where in the hell you came from. Actually, you're a new guy. No, I'm for freedom, dude. The best type of government is no government whatsoever. Joe Cool, what is up? What is up? What is up? My brother from another mother. Yeah, you know what? That's actually 40 acres. PDF, 40 acres back here on the backside of this property. That's how I got fucking stolen. Um, my dad lapsed on paying taxes on that 40 acres, and it got stolen by the fucking county or whatever, and they ended up selling it um, for basically, whatever taxes are left, that need to be paid on it. And it happened to be the guy that lives, the family that lives across the street from us, which is kind of fucked up too, because now that 40 acres is not ours anymore, which kind of sucks because I actually had plans. I wanted to have a piece of that 40 acres, and that property was bought and paid for. Like I said, almost 2 generations ago. Most all this property was bought and paid for almost 2 generations ago. And just because he lapsed on paying the fucking extortion fee from the fucking government, they stole it from him and sold it. Hey, and I'm like, hey, I didn't, and Joe, hey, if anybody wants to come up on panel, just let me know in the chat or whatever. I'll go get my headphones and I'll put the link in the chat and all that good stuff. So like, because I see Joe just came in, I didn't know if he wanted to come up or not, or even anybody, um, as long as you're not going to be an asshole about it, like I see something. That is the fucked up thing too, Joe. I'm gonna tell you something, man. And that's one thing that I will say. Like I said, is DeSantis is talking about eliminating property taxes, which, honestly, if a bunch of us Floridians actually get on his ass about it, we need to fast track this shit. I know they can fast track this shit because they've done it before on other stuff. So we need to fast track this shit and eliminate property taxes altogether. I mean, for a politician, this is the first time in fucking 200 years, or whatever, we've had actually a politician talking about actually eliminating some kind of a tax like that. Same thing with Trump. I will say this, if he actually goes through with eliminating the Federal Reserve and the IRS, I'm okay with that because that needs to be eliminated, because the Federal Reserve is a foreign entity anyway. It's not even a part of the United States of America. It's a foreign entity. And same thing with the IRS. And, we need to eliminate that shit. This is just another way of theft again of the American people. Yeah, Blue. I'm gonna tell you something. Like I said, I've got at least one hater and one troll in every state and every country. So it ain't a big deal, honestly. And quite honestly, man, it's probably somebody I know that's under a different name. It's possible. Put that right there. Maybe I'll get some of these big chunks of fucking wood in there. Something will last a lot longer. The way I got this thing set up, man, it's breathing pretty damn good. I've got a lot of air coming in from down below. Gotta back up. It's starting to get warm. And I got to keep the light off or the damn bugs are going to fucking attack me. They're already attacking me enough with the light off this phone. Matter of fact, if I can find something to set this thing on, let me see here. Maybe I'll just take this table and set the phone down so I don't have to look at it so damn close. Oh, hell, there's that screwdriver. I was looking for that the other day. I was wondering where that thing went. Oh, shit. Well, god damn it. Well, that sucked. That goddamn thing fucking fell apart. Son of a bitch. Get on there. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see here. Maybe that'll work. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's much better. Get a. Let's see here. I can read the chat better. I read about a tiny town outside of West Point of 2000. IP address. Yeah, there's troll farms all over the place, man. I mean, paid opposition, basically. And it's quite possibly, you know, somebody saw me on another stream somewhere saying something they didn't like, so they're like, okay, next time I see him go live, I'm gonna go up there and talk shit. Yeah, I ain't worried about it too much. Yeah. Dude, I've got so many. Man, this is definitely not a kid friendly area. I've got weapons all over this place, Blue Unicorn. I'm serious, and the screwdriver is just the least of my concerns, honestly. I've got weapons. I've got everything from, you know, guns, knives, swords, machetes. You know, I got all kinds of stuff all over the place. I'm within arm's reach of a weapon anytime. I'm everywhere I'm at. And like I said, I mean, you know, matter of fact, I got my trusty K-bar. This is one of my favorite knives right there. I'm gonna tell you, my trusty K-bar, USMC K-bar. Definitely not a kid-friendly type of a place where I'm sitting. You know, because you know, if they're not careful, then people get hurt. Oh yeah, thanks, Indy. Putting up Joe Cool. Joe Cool, man, check him out. I'm gonna tell you, man, the man does some good stuff out there. If anybody out there interested in, like, you know, the cop watching First Amendment auditor type of quote unquote First Amendment auditor type of thing, or whatever, just keeping an eye on government. Check him out too when it comes down to it. You know. You're right, PDF. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm the same way. I've got weapons all over the place, stashed all over the place where I'm sitting. You know, at my house. You know, like I said, I got, you know, guns, knives, swords, axes. You know, machetes. You know, that's just to start with. You know, I've got a little bit of everything all over the place. You know, I live out. Yeah. Also, at the moment, I I live out kind of out in a sort of a rural area, so you know I got to protect myself from you know, the four-legged things. I got to protect myself from the two-legged things. I got to protect myself from the no-legged things. There's a lot of things out there that I got to keep myself protected from. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, man. One of these days, man. Hopefully, if Joe makes his way back down here again, man, maybe we'll get up. I tried to get up with him. I didn't have a vehicle at the time. I do now, but I didn't have a vehicle at the time, and I couldn't make it out to that, you know, that Autopalooza over there in Pensacola, which is just down the road from me. You know, I wanted to get out there, and I was kind of hoping that Joe might make his way over here and kind of, you know, pick me up and take me over there, but things didn't work out. So, but you know, maybe the next time, you know, Joe's back down here, man, maybe we can hang out and smoke a blunt together. I mean, I'd enjoy that. Sit out here and bullshit and talk shit. There's a lot of stuff that a lot of us cannot talk about here on YouTube, and it's much better to talk about it face to face. You know what I'm saying? And I did notice that what's his faces got bored and moved on, unless somebody took him out. I don't know. Anthony, good to see you. I didn't see you back there. I'm just flipping through chat now. But yeah, looks like what's his face kind of got bored and moved on. Yeah. Like I said, I've got, you know, like I said, you know, coming from the CB world, you know, I've got haters and trolls from the CB world, and then, you know, and then there's this haters and trolls from the YouTube digital world too. So I mean, you know, I probably got at least one hater and troll in every state and one in every country. So I hit the big time. I've already hit the big time a long time ago. So it's yeah, no worries about it. Blue Unicorn. Yeah, no Moonchild. What's going on? Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, you know, honestly, man, there's some people out there that just wanted to start stuff, and trying to start some kind of a conversation inside the chat that will possibly um, get your channel struck or taken down or something like that. You know, some people are just like that. Their life sucks so bad that, you know, they want to make everybody else's life that are around them suck, make their life suck, so it makes their life look a little bit better. You know, some people are like that. You know what I'm saying? Good to see you out there, Moonchild, man. I'm gonna tell you, girl. And you know, definitely. And like I said, if anybody does want to come up, just let me know. Um, I have to go get my headset, and I'll put the link in the chat and all that stuff. But otherwise, I've just got the thing on speakerphone right now. It's just easier at the moment. Yeah, see, that's the thing too. PDF. You know, a lot of these trolls and stuff like that. When you start asking questions and stuff like that, they can't really defend their position, so they resort to like ad hominems, like calling people names, and you know, try to, you know, make up stories or whatever. You know what I mean? That's, you know, because they can't defend their position. You know, they just want to start shit starters. Yeah. Joe was he was going to come up. Well, if I see him up there, if I see him come in, um, like I said, um, let me go get my headphones anyway. I'll be right back, y'all. All right, I got my headphones now. So if anybody does, I'll plug them in and all that other good stuff. But you know, if any, you know, I'm all about having a sitting back and having some good talking. You know what, PDF? I'm gonna tell you something, man. You know, honestly, a fire to me is a primitive television. That's what I think it is. It's the primitive television. I can sit here and stare at this fire all damn night like I am watching television. It's the primitive television to me. It's I've always had some really good experiences sitting by a bonfire. Matter of fact, I don't know when. I'll probably do it sometime, probably in the next couple of days. I think it's supposed to rain sometime in the next couple of days or something like that. So right before it rains, I got a big pile of brush over here that I need to burn up, and I might videotape that and getting that thing going. But it's, I mean, the damn thing is twice the size as me. You know, that's how tall it is, and it's a huge pile of brush and stuff that we've been, you know, all the stuff we've been clearing out here on the property. And I gotta set it on fire sometime. But I'm gonna wait for it right before it rains, so you know, it won't get, you know, out of hand and stuff like that. I'm waiting for a calm, you know, where it's not really windy out, and you know, once I get the fire started and all that stuff really good, then it might start sprinkling or raining or whatever. It'll keep the grass kind of wet so it doesn't want to spread away. I'm just kind of waiting at that moment because the past few days it's been nice, but the wind has just been really uh, it's been really windy out here for the past few days and stuff. So I've been kind of putting it off, setting that damn brush fire on. You know what I mean? Because I mean, honestly, man, you know, I've, you know, like my uncle and my dad, you know, you know, we've set this property on fire a couple of times, and it's gotten out of hand a couple of times. So we're out here with fucking rakes and shit trying to keep the damn thing from spreading. Yeah, it's one of them things. So I'm a little smarter than that, you know, smarter than my uncle and my dad. You know, I usually I'm not going to let it spread over into like the neighbor's yard, or even, you know, where I have to sit out here and you know, monitor it constantly while it's going. Yeah. Yeah. See, I don't mind having conversations about religion. I mean, honestly, politics and religion, I like talking about, but you know, um, you know, there's some people out there that are very difficult to have a conversation with, and debating is a whole nother thing because um, belief is always in conflict and the enemy of knowing, and you cannot debate or question a belief. Um, you know, I mean, people has a belief and that's their belief, you know. I mean, you can't even have a rational conversation with a belief, you know what I mean? Because you can't question a belief. You can't debate that. You can't, you know. So you know, I don't I try to stay away from the idea of belief personally. Belief and faith and all that stuff. To me, those are, to me, Now, I'm just speaking from my own personal thing. To me, those are empty concepts. They have nothing tangible, nothing to hold on to. In my opinion, it's like it's kind of like the belief of Santa Claus. You know what I mean? It's like, you can believe Santa Claus, you can believe the sky is purple plaid and polka dotted all you want. Doesn't make it real. You know what I mean? Man, I put a meme up just the other day, and it was like this Puritan that was standing in front of a bunch of Native Americans. It's like, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have God or whatever like that, or you'd still no. If it wasn't for us, you'd still believing in the sun. And the Native Americans like, dude, the sun is real. you know, you know. Uh, I mean, for the ones that 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 um, believed in the sun as a god or whatever, at least they're believing in something that's actually there. You know what I mean? That's you can see it every single day when it comes up. It's real. You know what I mean? I can feel the heat from it. I can see the light from it every single day. Snarks and sass, what's going on? You know what I mean? Um, you know, and it's like, the way I look at it when it comes down to the creator. I see the creator as the union between Mother Nature and Father Time. I see that in evidence of that every single day when I look around. I see evidence of Mother Nature and Father Time everywhere. So to me, that's real. You know what I mean? Um, and I'm not trying to dispute or discredit anybody else's ideas of what quote unquote God is or whatever, because that's your personal deal. And like I'm just telling you my personal deal. I don't really care if you see what I see or whatever. I don't really it doesn't affect me in one way or another. I know it's real, and I in my view, I know it's real. um, and if you see something in a different way, that's fine. I'm okay with that. It doesn't affect me in any way. There are similarities. um, I think me and Indy were sitting there talking about it one time when it comes down to the biblical sense of God versus my explanation of what the creator is. And there are similarities, you know what I mean? But um, you know, um, there are some people out there that think that there is this, being that lives up there in the clouds and stuff and all that, whatever. That's not real. You know what I mean? And to some people it is. To me, it's not. Um, to me, the creator, which is the union between Mother Nature and Father Time, is real, and the creator is what created all creation. Um, because you needed that mother and father to bring life to everything. Sitting there, I was sitting there, watching some of these videos of some of these wackadoos out there that, on one hand, they don't even think a fetus is a real person or a real human, but yet, you know, uh, they think that some dude dressing up in a dress claiming to be a woman is real. I just don't see the I don't see what I don't see what they're seeing. You know what I'm saying? There's some people out there that are just living in this fantasy land, and unfortunately, the powers that should not be, they created this fantasy land for us all to live in. They want us to believe in this fantasy land, because they can control the fantasy. They don't like reality, because they can't control reality. Um, they want you to believe in this fantasy because that's what they can control. It's just like the idea of government. It's a fantasy. They want you. It's like a religion. Same thing with all religions. Basically, in the way I see things, religions, all of them, no matter what they are, all of them are basically slavery for the mind, um, because they want you to believe in a certain type of a fantasy, and that fantasy can be controlled, you know, and the more people that believe in it, they'll bring this fantasy into reality. It's kind of like making a hallucination of reality. That's why I like that one movie, um, Videodrome. It was kind of like on that same aspect, is making hallucinations into reality. Um, but that's just, like I said, that's just my thing. But whatever. Yeah, you should believe this TV instead of your lying eyes. See, that's the thing too. It's like um, and it's even harder now. I mean, even when it comes down to the video stuff in this day and age of deep fake and all this other stuff, man, that's getting more and um, more advanced. You really cannot believe anything on the TV anymore, because, quite honestly, I mean, everything could be completely, made up altogether, like AI or whatever. And you might be looking at something thinking it's a real person or whatever. No, this is all computer generated. I mean, it's one of them things. It's like you can't really even trust your eyes when it comes down to even looking at the TV screen or your laptop or your cell phone or whatever. All this picture image, even what you're looking at right now. For all you know, this is all AI generated. I mean, it isn't, but for all you know, it is. You know what I mean? I mean, even this fire. I mean, it's hot as fuck. I mean, I stick my hand in there, I burn my hand. That's fucking reality. But I mean, just because it's on the TV doesn't mean it is real. For all you know, all this shit could be AI generated, everything. But that's why I like talking to people face to face. It's like maybe one of these days, PDF, man, because you're not that far away. Maybe one of these days, maybe we can get together and kind of hang out and sit back and talk, face to face kind of thing. Um, there's a few people I hear on YouTube that live near me that I've actually um, I would like to get up with, or I have gotten up with, and talked to and met face to face, which is kind of cool. Like Survival Living, he lives not that far away from me, about 30, 40 minutes away from me. And we've actually sat back and talked face to face and all that stuff, which is actually kind of cool. And which is actually another thing too. He's from the same area of Orlando where I am from. For all I know, we used to know each other when we were kids. Hell, I don't, there's no telling. You know what I mean? Same thing with I have not met Rogue Nation before, but he's from the same area of Orlando that I am from. So I mean, it's possible we knew each other back when we were kids too. I don't know. I'm 51 years old. I mean, you know what I mean? There's a possibility. You know. I don't know, man. I mean, honestly, PDF. I mean, you talk about like the AI. Yeah, you talk about like those Pakistanis and stuff. I can't understand the fuck what they're saying. That's what I hate about Amazon customer service. Amazon customer service sucks ass because it's a bunch of fucking Pakistanis or Indians fucking talking, and they can't speak a fucking lick of English for shit. You can't understand a damn thing, and they don't understand you. It just drives me nuts. It's like Amazon fucking customer service sucks ass, man. You know, um, very rarely have I actually, because I've had to deal with customer service a couple of times, and very rarely that I've had things go exactly how it's supposed to. Otherwise, You know, it's been fucked up and screwed up just because they can't understand me and I can't understand them. I hate that shit. I hate all this outsourcing shit. You know, we need to stop outsourcing stuff to other countries and stuff. We need to keep this shit inside the United States. We need to start taking care of our own instead of being taking care of the rest of the fucking world. We're not the world's babysitters. We're not the world's police. We're not the world's fucking bank account and piggy bank. Fuck them. They ain't done shit for any of us. You know what I'm saying? None of those other countries around the world have done anything for the American people. Not one country fucking donated a single fucking red cent to all those victims of Hurricane Helene. Not a single fucking country. Not one. And then yet, our fucking corporation posing as a government decides to give $5,000 for every illegal fucking trespasser into this country, but yet they wanted to just hand out $750 to the people that lost their home and their businesses in Hurricane Helene up in North Carolina. That's fucking bullshit. You know, that's just fucking bullshit. What the fuck? You know, you talk about taxation and all that stuff, all that extortion, you know, but yet when they want to pay, when they need to pay out of all that fucking monies that they've been extorting from us, they don't want to do that. They want to just hand out a bunch of crumbs and shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that shit, man. I mean, it's like goddamn fucking FEMA and stuff. What the fuck are we paying for if they're going to be you know, they're not even going to be useful in any way. You know what I mean? There was more Americans from all over the country that took time and money out of their own fucking lives to fucking help those people over there in North Carolina. All right. FEMA didn't do shit. FEMA didn't do shit here when Hurricane Michael came through. You know what I mean? Here in Panama City, FEMA didn't do fucking crap. And even then, you had one of the politicians here in fucking Lynn Haven that was stealing fucking money. You know, they would sit there, you know, when the hurricane came through, you know, there was supposed to be like there was jobs and cleanup and stuff like that that was supposed to be done. Well, the jobs were charged for the jobs. The jobs never got done, but the politician got some of that fucking money from those jobs that never got done but got paid for. It's fucking bunch of theft. Fucking assholes. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I know people to this day, PDF, to this day, and Hurricane Michael's what been what 5 or 6 years ago or something like that. I can't remember now. It was quite a few years back. I know people today that still have blue fucking tarps on their roof. Today, still today, they have blue tarps on their fucking roof, man. Yeah, fuck Ukraine. To be clear, Ukraine is not the ally of the American people. All right. I know there's a bunch of Ukrainians over there in Asheville, North Carolina. You know, a bunch of them have got fucking swastikas tattooed onto their body. You know, whatever. To be clear, Ukraine is not an ally of the American people. Neither is fucking Israel. Neither is any of this shit. They are not allies of the American people. You know, we're just being led to believe so because the corporation posing as the government has deals with these things and they're getting some kind of money out of this shit. You know what I mean? They're being led into this fucking bullshit. You know, it's all bullshit, man. You know, it's all over. It's all about money. You know, and that is the unfortunate thing that so many people are incentivized by money and not by truth. You know, the only problem is truth doesn't pay the fucking bills. So some people are more incentivized by money, and it doesn't matter how they get it. It doesn't matter whose lives they ruin, and it doesn't matter who they step on to get that fucking money, whose lives they destroy to get that money. It doesn't matter, you know, because it pays the bills, right? But that is unfortunate. You know, so many people are incentivized by money versus truth. You know, you know. Yeah, I mean, you know, and that's how unicorn. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I mean, you know, that's how the whole NASA was started. You know, the head of NASA when it was started was a fucking Nazi um, that they brought over after World War II. Yeah, see, and that's another thing too. I actually now, if Putin is actually truthful about what he's saying, I'm actually on board with him taking out neo-Nazism, you know, no matter where it is, you know. And if he's all for that, I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? I mean, but I can't tell you if he's actually truthful about that kind of shit or not. But you know, I'm on board with that. If Putin wants to take out neo-Nazism, no matter where it is, let him go for it. The only problem is that you know I got family members that were fought in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and shit like that, and they said they kind of went in to the military with this ideal that they were fighting communism and shit like that. You know what I mean? But yet we have communists in our own fucking country right now in positions of power, but yet they stand back. They don't want to fight that, but they're willing to, when they were kids, they were willing to go out and kill a bunch of people in another country because the government said those people are communists. You know, it's like, what is it? Um, what is that? I can't remember. I heard a quote sometime like not too long ago. It's like, war is, um, war is created and started by the government telling you who the enemy is. Rebellion or revolution is when you figure out who the enemy is on your own. You know what I mean? And honestly, I mean, even a revolution, if you think about it, revolution is a 360. I don't even think a revolution is the answer because I don't really want to get right back to where we started from, because that's 360. You're basically, you're going to take a full circle back to where you started from. So I don't even think a revolution is the answer. I think an evolution is more like it. Um, you know, and anarchy, in my opinion, is the best thing because the alternative to anarchy is slavery, and that's what we have today. And so many people today that want that to continue. You know what I mean? Because they benefit from it some way or another. They benefit from it. You know, and they, that's one of them things. It's like, I don't know. Well, I mean, even then, it's like what was it? If you read the 45 goals of the Communist Party that was read into the congressional record back in 1963, if you read those 45 goals, um, they've almost completed and achieved every single one of those goals. Now I'll have to give it to that party out there. They say they got a goal and they went for it and they're actually achieving it. They're actually completing it and actually, you know, getting it done. I'll have to give it to them for that. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. It is not American. It is just it's fucking communism that's trying to infiltrate and destroy America and our American values, I guess, lack of better words. And I don't even want to use the idea, the word patriotism and stuff like that. The American patriotism and stuff. I don't even like that because I mean, I don't even like the idea or the term patriot. Um, but you know, the rest of the world hasn't done shit for the American people. The rest of the world is the swamp, as they say, and the swamp wants to swallow us up and make it part of the swamp. Of course, that's the thing. PDF, a lot, and you got to understand the same people that created the term conspiracy theory are the same people that 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 tried to make everybody believe anarchy and chaos are synonymous, which they are actually opposites. You know, you got to understand the ones that are working against us in this propaganda, lack of better words, because I mean, what was it? There's even a what is it? Um, oh crap! There's a manual on how to oh god, I can't remember the name of it right offhand, but there's a manual that the government had created on how to um, propagandize the people instead. And even Obama, I mean, there used to be a law where the government cannot actually use propaganda on on the citizenry, and Obama repealed that or whatever, or got rid of that. You know, so now it's not against the law to use propaganda on the American people by the government itself. And you know, you got to understand the CIA has created coups in many different countries over the damn years. What makes anybody think that they wouldn't do that here in the U.S.? Um, and quite honestly, I think there was a coup not too long ago, a few years back. But you know, whatever. Like I said, you know, it's just, you know, you got to understand the government itself is actually a corporation, and you know the way corporations work too. I mean, you know, what is it? You know, like for instance, if another corporation wants to buy out another corporation and stuff like that, you know, it's like a corporate takeover. You know, that's 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 what's wrong with having like this central type government in a sense, is because another government can come in and take over and insert themselves as the government, and then everybody that's part of the you know, less lack of better words, the employees of that corporation, they all go along with it. You know what I mean? If they want to keep their job, it's the same thing. Now, um, you know, the true meaning of a constitutional republic is very small government, kind of like like your local government, and that's as far as it goes. The federal government, when everything became a union, that's where it all turned to shit, in my opinion. I blame Lincoln for that. Um, you know, and quite honestly, man, they just wanted to turn it in kind of like the Europe. You know what I mean? You know, kind of like the where they brought in a bunch of it's like when people say the word Europe, you know, I'm thinking, you know, there's more than just England. There's more, you know, because they got England, you know, Scotland, Ireland, all these other countries that all kind of combined into one. And it's basically they wanted to do the ones that created all this shit back in the day, when it comes down to the union, had the same mentality of a European type mentality. So they wanted to do the same thing like they did in Europe and do it over here. That's the only reason why the union thing was even brought up. And quite honestly, I mean, even in the Civil War, I believe, you know, because I've got a lot of family that were actually um, Confederate soldiers that fought and died for freedom. And in my opinion, that was probably the first, and I hope it wasn't the last. It was probably the first and last, and I hope I'm wrong about that. But it was probably the first and the last time that the people actually stood up to and to fight the government, which was um, the union at the time or whatever, or, you know, the ones that wanted to create the union or whatever. You know, and this idea of history books and everything is being just lied to and manipulated and changed and stuff like that. It wasn't over slavery. Actually, if you know anything about history, um, the Northerners actually owned and had more slaves than down here in the South. And the ones that did have slaves down here in the South were Democrats. All right. You know, the KKK was actually started by Democratic Party. You know, the Democratic Party is nothing but a hate party. I mean, you know, and government, all in itself right now, the way it is set up, is to divide us. I mean, that's the whole purpose of government, in a way, is to divide and conquer. Government wants all of us to be working for it and dependent on it. All right. Because honestly, man, that's the only thing that gives it legitimacy, is when everybody decides, when everybody is working for it and dependent on it, then it's like legitimate. I gotta fucking stoke the fire. Get me a stick, poker stick. I gotta stoke the fire. There we go. That's better. Ugh. It is kind of funny though that dude Dane, whatever, I don't know, whatever that one guy, whatever, or whatever that one got bored and took off. Couldn't get me riled up and worked up, evidently. What are you guys out there barking at, girls? What are you girls barking at? Huh? What are you girls barking at? You hear them wolves out there barking, huh? Oh! Yeah. Well. And quite honestly, I mean, even Blue Unicorn, I'm gonna tell you something, man. You know, there is a difference. There is a difference between these United States for America and when they changed it to the United States of America. There's a major difference between the two. It's basically two different constitutions. All right, and the original was actually more. And you think also is like when it comes down to what is it, the oh crap, the Confederate Constitution. It was much fairer than the one that we're under now. For one, I'll give you an example. One of the things that's different between the two is like when they pass bills and stuff. Every bill under the Confederate Constitution, everything was a single, one single thing. It was one single thing that they voted on and one single thing on the bill. And the difference today is they'll put thousands of bills under one basic bill, and it's thousands of different things that they want, and put it under one single bill. And this damn thing will be like 5,000 fucking pages long. And it's kind of like Pelosi was like, or it was like, oh, we don't know what's in it, we haven't read it, but we just got to vote on it and then read it and then find out. It's like, no, that's fucking bullshit. Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing too. They talk about this this idea of was it um, um, what do you call it? Like shit, I'm drawing a blank now. You know, this social contract, this idea of a social contract. The Constitution, in a sense, is basically what some people say is a social contract. I did not agree or sign my name to this contract whatsoever. All right. I have no allegiance to this shit. I have no obligation to this shit. Oh, take it easy, Indy. I have no obligation to this shit. I have no allegiance to it. I have, none of that stuff. I was just born here. I was born into this stuff, and I'm being forced into it at the point of a government gun. All right. There's nothing voluntary about anything when it comes down to dealing with government. Everything is forced onto us at the point of a fucking gun. Like I said, government itself operates and conducts business to be even in place by using force, coercion, compulsion, violence, theft. That's how it operates. That's how it actually continues to operate, and that's how it um, uh, gets everything. I mean, you see all those damn fancy fucking, um, um, government buildings and stuff they keep on erecting and shit like that. All that stuff is paid by the theft of our wealth that we fucking work for. Our sweat equity is being forced away from us at the point of a gun to pay for this shit. It's like this damn thing out here in Lynn Haven or whatever, down here in Panama City or whatever. They stole our fucking wealth just to fucking build a goddamn fucking park. You know what I mean? Or or something like that. Or build some kind of big fucking place for corporations to have meetings in and shit like that. You know, I don't want my wealth that I worked for. I fucking my sweat equity to pay for this shit. I want to keep what I earn and spend it on what I want to spend it on. You know. Now, if there was something in the town or in the city or whatever that I see that's important that I feel like that I want to contribute to, fine. That should be my fucking choice. But it's done at the point of a fucking government gun. And like I said, I was talking about the property taxes and shit. That's done at the point of a government fucking gun. The property that we pay for, we bought free and clear from me and another party. We made the agreement. Me and another party made the agreement. We exchanged whatever we wanted, to make that agreement or whatever. And my family bought property out here, you know, all right. And now there's a third party called government that wants to come in there and fucking and 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 impose a tax on you on the property that you own. You got this fucking new world liberal order that wants to fucking, basically tax you just to exist. I mean, basically that's where we're at now. You're just being taxed on every fucking thing nowadays just to exist. I mean, honestly, if you get all these fucking climate crap changers motherfuckers out there get their way, we'll be taxed just to fucking breathe. Just to fucking breathe, they'll tax us for that shit if they get their way. Because then they'll be saying, oh, there's like a Clean Air Act or some shit like that. We got to charge a tax just to keep the air clean and stuff like that. No, okay. So what you're saying is that you're taxing me to breathe. That's what you're doing. And they talk about this carbon tax shit. We're like over 70% of our body is made of carbon. So they're basically taxing us just being alive and existing. This idea of carbon tax, fucking bullshit. And that's this fucking new liberal world order crap that wants to commoditize every fucking thing on this planet. Every fucking plant, every bug, every animal, everything. Commoditize it and give it a token basically where they can trade it on the international stock exchange. And you're right, Blue Unicorn. You're exactly right. And that's another thing too. Back when all the so-called lockdowns and all that shit went down, I'm gonna tell you something, man. When the government believes that they can suspend your natural, God-given, creator-given fucking rights, they feel like they have the right to suspend those rights in the time of emergency. They will create an emergency to suspend those rights. You know what I mean? That's how it is. I mean, and that's bullshit. And it's like every time there's like, and that's another thing too. And like every time there's like some kind of a shooting or whatever, they classify it as a quote unquote mass shooting or something like that. Next thing you know, they're trying to attack our fucking guns. And quite honestly, man, that doesn't affect the people that want to do you harm. It doesn't affect them one bit. All it does is affect the people, the regular people, from defending themselves. That's the only thing any kind of, you know, gun legislation fucking affects. It affects the good people out there, the regular people out there that just want to be able to be left alone and defend themselves and their family and their property. That's the only thing it affects. It doesn't affect any of those people out there that are willing to do you harm, because they will do harm with anything. It doesn't matter if they have a gun, they have a knife, a stick, a brick, a fucking fist. Hell, there's people that will fucking strap bombs to themselves and blow themselves up and try to kill people. I mean, it happens a lot, all the time. You know what I mean? It might not happen all that much here in the US, but it happens. If somebody wants to do you harm, they will find a fucking way. They'll use a goddamn car and run it through a crowd of people if they want to do fucking harm to people. But what? You're not going to get rid of the fucking cars, are you? I mean, what? You're going to start banning people's fists and stuff because somebody got killed because somebody got punched in the face or something. You know, Quite honestly, I mean, I heard, and I've said this before. I think we need to ban forks because forks are making people fat. You know what I mean? You know, everybody should start eating with chopsticks or something like that. You don't eat as much when you use chopsticks. You don't get as fat. I mean, shit. There are fat people in China, but there's very, very few fat people in China. Let's just say that. I'll just say that. But whatever. There's probably other reasons for that, but whatever. Would you say the government is a reflection of the people, or would you say, or the people is a reflection of the government? Huh. Honestly, let me think how I would want to say that. I'm not sure how I would answer that. Um, the government is definitely not a reflection of the people. All right, it's definitely not that. And is the people a reflection of the government? Well, I think the people is not a reflection of the government. It is a byproduct, basically, on how people think. I mean, because the government is control. All right, it's if you even break down the word government, it's Gervino and mentis. All right, when you break it down into its etymology, it's Gervino and mentis. Gervino means to govern or to control, and mentis means the mind. It's to control the mind control. So I don't see the government as a reflection of the people, and I don't see the people is a reflection of the government, because the government is the one that are creating the narrative in a sense. So it's not a reflection. It's more, the byproduct of what the government has actually. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? But anyway, I don't know. I think Looks pretty good in there. Those big logs are burning pretty good. And that's another thing, you know, Blue Unicorn. I mean, I heard somebody I was sitting there watching something because there are a couple of states out there. They're they've claimed that it's illegal to collect rainwater. The government doesn't own the rain. All right, let's just be clear. The government doesn't own the rain. All right, and we the people cannot allow the government to control our food and water. All right, we cannot allow that to happen. All right, because honestly, next thing you know, they'll be forcing us to eat fucking 3D printed fucking meat and fucking cockroach milk. You know, there's a thing out there that they want to replace actual regular dairy milk with cockroach milk. You know, I did. As far as I know, cockroaches don't have titties, man. So how do you milk a fucking cockroach? All right. You know, and you got fucking Klaus Schwab. It's like, eat the bugs, eat the bugs. You know, it's like, you know, you got a bunch of these fucking assholes out there around the fucking world that want to be the masters of the fucking universe eating T-bone steaks while they fucking make the rest of us eat fucking bugs and shit and 3D printed fucking meat. Yeah, fuck that shit. We cannot allow the government to control our food and our water. I mean, you see what they're doing. The fucking FDA and all that shit want to fucking control fucking, you know, the meat that's being sold by, you know, the Amish. And these are, you know, these are true fucking, you know, legit, um, 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 you know, um, uh, clean meat. You know, no chemicals, no none of that stuff or whatever. This is clean meat. Yeah, but and they've got customers that want it and all this other shit, all right? But the government wants to step in and control that or forbid them from actually doing it or being able to produce this meat and sell that meat. Yeah, fuck that shit, man. We the people cannot allow the government to control our food and our water. Like I said, and like I said, I'm an old radio guy. The government does not own the airwaves. The government does not own the rain. The government does not own our food. All right. They claim they do, and they want to use the point of a fucking government gun to force us into it, but they cannot. They do not own it, and we cannot allow them to control it. Yeah, I don't really care what they're fucking milking, fucking blue. I really don't give a shit. You know, I don't know anybody. I don't think anybody ever has ever said, you know, I think it's better to have cockroach milk than it is to fucking have milk from a cow. I don't know. I don't think anybody's ever fucking said that, you know? So the idea of fucking replacing regular dairy milk, like out of a cow or something like that, with cockroach milk is fucking disgusting. And these, there's people out there trying to push this shit, you know? Yeah, I know. I know. They had a SWAT fucking team and they raided them and shit. It's fucked up, man. I know. Um, you know, in my opinion, the Amish, I mean, they're a very religious group, but in my opinion, they're anarchists, you know, and they're living as like a true anarchist in a sense. But I mean, on a religious sense, you know, a religious viewpoint of it, because I mean, anarchists are not necessarily religious, but you know, they're self sufficient, self reliant, and you know, and they don't need, you know, all this stuff. You know, they don't need this, um, you know, this protection and this dependence on government. And government doesn't like that. They want everybody working for it and dependent on it, because then they can control every aspect of you. If they can get you to be working for it and dependent on it. So I mean, like I said, I mean they're closer to anarchy when it comes down to it, the anarchy type of thing. But the Amish are very religious, so I mean they're not completely anarchist in a way. They're close. you know, and I respect that, and I wish I could live that way. I mean, right now, I mean, it's really hard for me it takes money right now. It takes money right now, and I don't have a whole family unit that are on the same page um, to create this type of thing, kind of like the Quakers and the Amish and stuff like that. They've got a whole, a bunch of, it's like when they want to, raise a barn or something, they get the whole fucking, neighborhood in a sense to help out and stuff. I can't, I can't get that. I can't even get my family on the same page as me. You know what I mean? Because so many of them are indoctrinated and have this Stockholm syndrome in their heads because of what's been shoved down our throat for generations. So, um, you know, I'm doing it by myself, and I'm trying to get things to the point. I mean, it takes money right now, but I'm trying to get myself to the point where I'm self-reliant, self-sufficient, where I'm growing my own food, where I don't have to go to the grocery store when I need to. There's a lot of things I need to be able to generate my own electricity or my own power, and um, you know, I don't know. And like I said, I mean, it takes money in the way this system is worked out, but it's done it on purpose. It's done that on purpose to keep us all basically indentured servitude, and it pisses me off that that's where we're at. But I don't know, and I've been talking about a lot of this kind of stuff for many years, trying to open people's eyes to different things, and uh, it's like I've been beating my head against the wall for about 30 some odd years, but and it gets even more difficult. I mean, it's like how do we, how can we? I was sitting there talking about this to somebody else the other day. I was like, how can we get everybody on the same page when there's so many people out there that can't even tell if they're a fucking woman or a boy or a girl? I mean, how can we get everybody on the same page of fucking freedom if they can't even fucking figure out if they're a boy or a fucking girl? You know, but that's done on purpose. Is to keep everybody fucking confused and fucking divided. It's done on purpose. It's like, I mean, the hell, I mean, even some of these protests that you see around the fucking country, there are people that are paid to to go to every single one of these protests. It doesn't matter what it is, and just to keep everything fucking hyped up to the point where it's like, there's so much division in this fucking country, and people are confused, and the only ones that aren't are the ones that are, you know can see through the bullshit, basically. you know Unfortunately, the especially the younger generation, I'm just, I mean, there's a bunch of the old boomers and stuff like that too. There's a lot of people out there that just really can't see through the bullshit. um, they just accept whatever is fucking laid out in front of them. I mean, indentured servitude. I mean, hell, that's like, you think about, like, even like, was it student loans and shit? That's basically, you think about how much money, you know. All right, let's see, like some kid that goes to college and takes a loan out for the fucking pay the college, and then that loan, with interest and all that other shit, from the time they're like, from the age of, like, let's say 18 or 19, 20 years old, whatever, until the age of 45, they might be able to pay off that loan. But they've 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 had to pay so much more just in interest and all that shit. It's basically indentured servitude, you know. Um, you know, yeah, everybody's in debt, and there's a lot of people out there that have this lifestyle. They've got to have this big fucking house with a boat and a fucking four wheeler and a goddamn side by side and a big truck and two other cars and all this stuff. They got this lifestyle, you know what I mean? But they're in massive debt for the rest of their fucking life to keep that fucking lifestyle. That's just another way of indentured servitude. But a lot of that is done on their own terms. They do that to themselves. But the system is set up to keep people in debt, you know, mortgage loans. That's another one too. I mean, it's just the system is set up to keep everybody in debt. The whole system is debt. Even the fiat currency is a debt, you know. And there's a lot of people out there that want this system to stay in place because they make their wealth through debt. You know, I was sitting there watching this economist out there, and he's like, I love this type of system because I make my fortune creating debt or using debt to create wealth. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of people out there that want this system to continue and keep it up. Um, I'm down to like two people in the fucking chat, man. I'm just driving people out. It's pretty crazy. I'm glad Unicorn, you're sticking around, but I guess I'm boring the shit out of people. They don't stick around too long. I don't know. Like I said, I was willing to open up the panel and stuff like that and keep it a little bit more interesting, keep people engaged because I mean honestly, just hearing me rant, even that can get annoying sometimes. I can imagine. Like George Carlin said, it's like the American you got, you know, the American dream. The only way the American dream can even exist is because you got to be asleep to believe it. You know, and with so many people out there waking up, it makes me wonder how the powers that should not be will put us back to sleep. You know, and they're willing. The powers that should not be are willing to go scorched earth. How far are we willing to go? And that's an individual question, because I even got to ask my own self that same question. How far am I willing to go? You know, so I mean, it's not just a question I ask to everybody out there. I'm also asking myself that same question, you know. And I hate that one quote out there. It's like, give me liberty or give me death. Fuck that shit, man. Liberty requires permission. Freedom does not require permission. I would I would rather have freedom. And if you try and take it, I will give death. That's how I feel about it, you know. But like I said, the government is willing to go scorched earth. How far are we willing to go? The powers that should not be want that freedom, want to hold on to that freedom because they know it's much more valuable than liberty. Like I said, liberty requires permission. Freedom doesn't require permission. It's like it almost reminds me of that one saying. It's like it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Yeah. Like if you're like a mate on a cat or on a ship, and you want to, and you come up to port and you want to go out and visit the area that you came into port, the captain gives you liberty. All right. Actually, if you actually, you know, have to have permission. If you actually go to the Statue of Liberty and you actually look at the Statue of Liberty, and you will notice that there is a chain on the Statue of Liberty's ankle. And the reason why it's also in the water is because that is the maritime admiralty law. And I mean, because that's why it's called the Statue of Liberty. Now, if it was the actual Statue of Freedom, it would be on land. And it wouldn't have chains on its ankles. I'll play. I'll play there, dude. I'll play. How are you going to make a stealth bombers to protect the USA without taxes? All right. Well, okay. You don't need fucking taxes to build stealth bombers to protect the USA. I will tell you this right now. The militia, which is every single person in America, um, is the last line of defense of America. All right. And I mean, even, you know, there's now this is disputable, but there was a quote from a Japanese military man. I can't remember his name right offhand. The reason why they didn't put boots on the ground here in America is because they will find a gun or a rifle behind every blade of grass, and that's the reason why they didn't put boots on the ground here in America. All right. Nowadays, you'll probably find 2 or 3 guns behind every blade of grass. All right. That is the true protection of America. Stealth bombers don't fucking do shit. It does now. All wars are bankers' wars. All right. All wars are bankers' wars. I'll play every once in a while if you really want to go there. I mean, honestly, how does going into some other country on the other side of the world, shooting a bunch of brown people, protecting our natural rights here in America? How does that work? Let me ask you that. How does going in another country, shooting a bunch of brown people, creating more enemies to the American people, protecting our natural rights here in America? If we didn't have a government or this corporation posing as a government in the United States of America, restricting our rights to to arms, we wouldn't have to worry about it, because then I'd have a Scud missile in my fucking yard to protect me against the goddamn, jet fighters and shit. You know what I mean? You know, the only way to fight a Scud missile or a jet is to have your own Scud missile or your own jet. You know what I mean? The corporation does not want us to be able to protect us. Hell, there's even they're even trying to pass laws in California right now to make it illegal to defend yourself. How is that American? No, that's communism. That's what that is. That's exactly what democracy leads to. Democracy leads to socialism, and socialism leads to Marxism and communism. That's all it does. It goes straight to that. Democracy is not an American thing. The word democracy doesn't even appear in the Constitution. Okay. So this idea that they keep on perpetuating, it's like, America, the democracy and all this other shit, the true threat. No, the true threat to our constitutional republic is democracy. Democracy is the majority rule. That's what that is. That is not a constitutional republic. A democracy is when the 51% can vote your rights away. Who's going to build the jet? Who's going to pick the cotton if we don't have slaves? Who's going to pick the cotton if we don't have slaves, Dane? Why don't you tell me that? Who's going to pick the cotton if we don't have slaves, Dane? Who's going to pick the cotton? Exactly, Blue. I mean, exactly. If there's no central government, there's nothing for them to take over because they can't take over a whole fucking nation of individuals willing to fight for their fucking land, their property, their fucking family, and themselves. You know what I mean? You cannot take over a fucking nation full of people that are willing to defend themselves from a fucking foreign invader or anything like that. The only problem is that you got this fucking corporation posing as the government that wants to steal from you and fucking take your fucking, at the point of a gun, take your fucking rights away from you to defend yourself and be reliant on their fucking so-called protection. Every fucking motherfucker they kill in another goddamn country adds 2 more fucking enemies to the American people because they do it in our name. The government does that shit in our name. Okay. And there are a lot of those people over there, like Afghanistan, all that stuff. A lot of those people have a lot of fucking kids. You kill somebody's fucking father over there, next thing you know, you got 15 fucking kids growing up hating Americans. They just created 15 more fucking enemies that are growing up to fucking want to destroy America. Had no fucking reason to be over there in the first fucking place. Governments and corporations is what destroys this fucking world. Governments and corporations is the only thing that fucking destroys this fucking world. No. If you understand anything, Dane, I'm going to tell you something right now. When you're far left, you're a communist. When you're far right, you're an anarchist. All right? I'm an anarchist. I believe there's no legitimacy in government whatsoever. That's the difference between left and right, if you want to go that left and right paradigm scenario. The farther left you go, the more into communism you get. The further you go into to the right, you got your Republican, then you got liberalism, and then you got anarchism. And then you got the left, which you got liberal, and then was it Democratic, liberal, and then fucking communism. That's how that works. Of course he's a fucking robot. I mean, honestly, he's got nothing fucking to say about anything. I mean, other than, okay, communists hate corporations as much as you do. That's bullshit. That is fucking flat out bullshit. Corporatism is what is fucking destroying this fucking planet, period. That's not capitalism. Capitalism and corporatism are 2 different things. Free market is much better and much freer than corporatism is. Look it up. Why don't you Google it, Dane? Maybe that'll fucking tell you something. Google it, man. Google it, man. Hell, that's where all the they found it on Google. It must be truth. If fuck I saw it on Google, it's got to be true. Yeah, Lockheed Martin is a fucking private corporation. I don't see anything beneficial about Lockheed Martin. No, corporatism is not the same as free market. Corporatism is not the same as free market. You're fucking delusional, man. Quite honestly, I think you're fucking programming. You need to reboot something like that. You need to get rid of that fucking that operating system and reboot with a new operating system because I mean, honestly, you're delusional. There's nothing about the corporatism. There's nothing about corporatism is free market. Nothing about it. You honestly don't know anything about economics either. What's up, metal? Fucking A, man. That's the only thing I can do, man, is just laugh at this shit, man, because honestly, man, it's delusional. Tell me the difference. No, why don't you fucking go find do your own goddamn research, motherfucker? Do your own goddamn research. I'm not your fucking teacher. You know? You want to learn something? Go fucking do your own learning. You know? I'm not here to teach you, motherfucker. You know? I'm sick and tired of fucking trying to sit there and you know, I've done my job. I've done my job when it comes down to it. I cannot help the people that don't want to be helped. You know, if you don't want to be helped and you want to sit there and keep your ideals, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm not trying to help you, man, because I can't help somebody that doesn't want to be helped. Exactly, Blue Unicorn. And I'll tell you this: I wanted to have a hot dog stand, and I can't have the fucking government fucking come down on me and tell me I have to pay all these fucking taxes and fucking get all this permission just to fucking have a hot dog fucking stand. You know what I mean? The old saying is like, you give a man a fish, he can eat for a day. Nowadays, you teach a man to fish, he's got to get a fucking fishing license. He's got a goddamn he's got to, well, to get a fishing license, he's got to get a fucking job and pay taxes and stuff like that. And then he's got to deal with the health department and stuff if he wants to cook the fucking fish. And then he's got to deal with the goddamn, he's got to get a permit for the fucking open flame just to cook the fucking fish, you know. And all I wanted to do is fucking eat a fucking fish and fucking live, you know. I just want to be left the fuck alone. I don't need a third party, a bunch of fucking motherfuckers thinking that they can see there's a bunch of motherfuckers out there that think they have the moral right to rule over others, and then everybody else has the obligation to obey. That is what is wrong for centuries about government because they believe that they have the moral right to rule over you and you have the obligation to obey. Oh, what's going on? What's going on out there? I just noticed you in there. Good evening. Good evening. You know, the government is the legalization of crime. Basically, it's a mafia. It's the same. It uses the same tactics as the mafia. Like, for instance, if I wanted to open up a general store in a neighborhood or something like that, next thing you know, I've got the local mafia coming in and say, "Hey, we offer protection. This is a bad neighborhood. All right. Now you got two choices. You can either accept the offer of their protection, or you can refuse. Now, if you refuse, they come in and burn your fucking store down. It's the same fucking thing that the government does. They are offering this protection, you know, and if you refuse this protection, they'll destroy you. It's mafia. It's a mafia tactic. It's the same thing. The government is a corporation, Dane. Look it up if you want to fucking do your own goddamn research. The government is a corporation. Was it 28 USC 300215 section A? The United States, in all capital letters, is a corporation. See, that's the thing. The United States, in all capital letters, is not the same thing as these United States for America. It's not the same thing. I bet you didn't even know there's two different constitutions, did you? There's the Constitution for these United States for America, and then the Constitution, the United States of America. It's two different constitutions. Yep, exactly. It's the state of mind, or is it a geographic location? Yeah, it's a corporation, man. Government is nothing more than a corporation in legal terms, but it's actually a religion. Government is a religion, all right. You know, it has its own belief system, its own um, money, its own enforcement, its own um, you know, you know, it's just fucking a religion. That's all a government is altogether, is fucking religion. And you know, believing in this religion is what keeps it going. Is believing that this thing, this fiction, this legal fiction, is real. You know, belief in this legal fiction. That's all it is. It doesn't exist in real life. All government is a legal fiction. It only exists on paper. It's kind of like all these little lines they draw out there separating all these states and stuff. They just draw all these lines on a piece of paper. It's just a legal fiction. It doesn't exist in reality unless you believe that it does. Oh, what'd you do? You find that on Google? Yeah, of course. The Google definition. Yeah. You might want to do open yourself up a book and read some fucking books out there, Dane. I'm telling you. Open a fucking book, man. Stop reading Google. Google is not your friend, okay? YouTube is definitely not your friend either because it's owned by Google. And Google is owned by Alphabet. These are corporations. And those corporations are actually owned by BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, which is another corporation. These are corporations. You're believing in corporations. Why am I on YouTube? Because I see this as another medium, kind of like my CB radio. It's just I use video instead of just audio. I've got video and audio. But yet YouTube is actually a corporation that censors me. You know, it's not, it's not freedom. YouTube is not a free speech platform. You know what I'm saying? It's owned by a corporation that will censor you. You know, I do. I've been talking on a fucking radio since I was fucking 17 years old. No, 16 years old, man. I'm 51 years old, dude. I've been talking on the radio ever since, dude. And I just use YouTube because it's just another medium because I can take advantage of the video and you can say 1,000 words with one picture versus audio. Yeah, fuck them. They don't like it. I don't give a shit. It's not the end of the world if I don't have YouTube. It's not the fucking end of the world. You know, why are you on YouTube? Why don't you ask yourself those questions? Honestly, man, you should start doing your own fucking research, man. It's not freedom of speech. It's not freedom of speech. I don't have freedom of speech. I can't say exactly what I want to say here on YouTube. You know, common good, my ass. There's no such thing as the common good. Into the state for the fucking common good. That's fucking all a bunch of fucking communist fucking bullshit anyway. Fucking Marxism, man. Why don't you fucking read the fucking Marxist, was it Marxist Manifesto? You'll understand more. Yeah, actually, I kind of find that funny too, man, because I like trolling the trolls too myself, because I think it's funny as hell. You know, quite honestly, man, I think it's funny. You know, and one of the things I've learned about the CB radio when it comes down to the trolls and haters and stuff out there. There's a lot of people out there that think that the only way to combat those people out there, those some people out there, um, is to ignore them. Well, technically, that doesn't do it. Quite honestly, you ignore those things, they might not get the satisfaction that they want from you because you're ignoring them, but they don't go away. They just move on to somebody else. You know what I mean? I consider myself um, kind of like doing a public service, basically, because I will actually combat those trolls and those haters head on. I don't ignore them. I'll give them a thing out there and expose them to the world on who they really are. I'll expose them to the world. And that's the best thing, because when the world sees who they really are, then they have no power. And they go hiding under their fucking rock where they belong. And they don't come back out. When you ignore them, they don't go away. They just move on to somebody else. They give them that satisfaction that they're looking for. You know, I was sitting there, I was talking, I was sitting there talking about on another stream somewhere. I was like last night or something like that. That's probably where that dude came from anyway. But I was sitting there talking about it, honestly. There's this one dude um, that's, in my opinion, a new jack here on YouTube, because I've been on YouTube since like 2014 or something like that. So I've been around for a while on YouTube. So I've seen a lot of different people come and go. And there's this one guy that just popped up in the past few years or something like that. You know, a lot of people at one when he first came out kind of thought he was okay guy and all that stuff. And then I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I came up on one of his panels to talk to him one time. And the man could not hold a civil conversation without blowing up, without going fucking ballistic, you know. And it's kind of funny too, because some of the mods in his channel, you know, were for him and on his side for a long time until that stream actually. And when I had that conversation with him and I exposed him for who he really is on his own stream, it opened up a lot of those people's minds and opened their eyes to seeing the truth. And it's kind of funny too, because that dude, man, after that stream, he could not stop talking about me. He had streams for the like a week, almost 2 weeks after the fact, and he could not stop talking about me. Evidently, I lived free rent in his head, which was just to me awesome. You know, I lived free rent in his head for 2 fucking weeks. He fucking had a stream every fucking day talking about me. You know, but but they don't. All they did is destroy him, because quite honestly, all those people that couldn't see before, their eyes were opened after that. And I didn't, I didn't go after them and start calling them names and all this other shit and all blah 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 blah. I didn't blow up on them. And no, unicorn. No, it wasn't on. It wasn't on Steve's. Um, I was on another. I was on another stream. This was actually before I came over on Indie Stream last night. I was on another stream talking to some people, and the conversation was about that guy I'm talking about. I'm not going to mention names right offhand, but it was about that guy on that stream. So I decided, well, hell, I'll jump up on a panel and give my 2 cents worth, because I mean, I have some personal knowledge of the situation, and we were having that conversation about that one particular person. And like I said, he's just a new jack, in my opinion. He's somebody that within the past couple of years got on YouTube for the first time and all this shit. Tried to make himself out to be like, like he's like, somebody important. For one, he allegedly was in the military, and every chance he would get, he would tell people that he was in the military and all that stuff, looking for like, I don't know, recognition or respect or whatever, because he was in the military. And I just, whatever, I don't really give a shit personally, you know. Like I said, I mean, I've got a lot of family in the military and stuff like that, and I don't agree with what they have done in the name of the American in the name of the American people for the elite in government, and all they were doing is just basically tools and cannon fodder, because the ones that sent them out there to into these other countries didn't care if they died. They didn't give a shit. And honestly, man, in some ways they don't even care if they survived. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of people actually that were in the military and then they came out and then they got out and the government just completely fucking screwed them. You know, um, trying to get help through the VA has been a fucking problem and all this other shit. It just, you know, they don't give a shit. You know, I gotta stir this fire. Hold on. Put some of these big logs on there so it lasts a little bit longer. I think it's kind of funny too. It's like, what, they're talking about all this fucking Doge shit. It's like all these people are bitching and moaning and stuff like that because all these, federal workers or whatever are losing their jobs. Fucking hey, I don't give a shit, man. The jobs themselves shouldn't have been there in the first place. And quite honestly, those people can do something productive for fucking so-called quote unquote society. Quite honestly, man, a lot of these government workers would be more beneficial by getting on the side of the road and picking up fucking cigarette butts. Quite honestly. I mean, because quite honestly, man, our fucking wealth is being stolen from us to pay these motherfucking welfare recipients that are claiming to be fucking public servants. These welfare recipient sovereign citizens claiming to be public servants that have this communist mentality. It's like this is what our fucking wealth is being stolen from us to pay for. Fuck all that shit, man. A lot of these fucking jobs shouldn't even be there in the first place. So I don't give a flying fuck if these people lost their fucking jobs. Get a goddamn real job. Producing something. Government does not produce anything. It does not produce anything, any service or product at all. It does nothing but fucking suck off the tit of the people that actually do the work. They talk about, oh, government's creating jobs. Great. Government doesn't create jobs. Government creates public sector jobs. It creates fucking welfare recipients. It doesn't create private sector jobs. Only the private sector creates private sector jobs. Government does not create private sector jobs. It creates public sector jobs, which is nothing but welfare recipients. And quite honestly, even those people that are welfare recipients getting hoodwinked and fooled into working for the money, they still get taxed. Technically, that actually pisses me off too because I got to get taxed. And plus, I got to pay for the fucking taxes of those fucking welfare recipients too. It fucking irritates the shit out of me when I hear cops, oh, we get taxed too. Well, yeah, those taxes come out of my fucking taxes. My taxes pay your fucking pension. My taxes pay your fucking taxes. You don't pay fucking taxes. I fucking pay taxes. Fuck off, motherfucking welfare recipient, sovereign citizen, fucking motherfucker. You know, excuse my French. You know, dude, Blue Unicorn, I cannot thank you enough for hanging out, man. This is awesome. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, bunch of fucking leeches, really. Legalized theft. That's all fucking taxes are, is legalized theft. Legalized extortion. Government wants to have the monopoly on violence. You know, it doesn't like competition. Government doesn't want competition. And you being self-sufficient, self-reliant is a competition to their fucking their legitimacy because they want you to be reliant on them, on government. Yeah, when plunder becomes a way. Here, I'm gonna highlight that sucker just because I like that. I mean, I've seen that before. I like that. You know, that is when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society. Over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. Yep, that's exactly it. Exactly. And I can't remember who said that to begin with, but I remember that quote. And there's a lot of things that I've said. I mean, I wonder if any of the stuff that I've said over the years will ever become a quote that somebody will repeat. You know, 100 years from now. I wonder. I wonder what people 100 years from now, if the internet's still around, what they will think of the people of today. Watching my videos that I make right now. I wonder what those people in 100 years will think of the people of today, watching the videos of people making today. I wonder about that if the internet is still around. You know, it's getting really bad because I mean, hell, there was there's a there's an AI preacher that's out there now. Um, I think they had to take the damn thing offline because it started taking like confessions from people, and it was starting to like say stupid shit like, oh, well, you can baptize your child in like you know Mountain Dew or some shit like that. So they ended up having to take that damn thing offline. But there are people out there that want to create this AI god in a sense. Um, you know, and there's actually there's I think there's a um, I can't remember what country it's in, but they use an AI kind of like a um, kind of like a preacher, but it's not the same thing. It's kind of like a Tibetan temple or something, not Tibetan, or some kind of like, anyway, kind of like a deal or whatever. Um, and they're using that as like they go up there and worship with this thing. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. The only thing is like, when the AI, or becomes ASI, artificial super intelligence, to the point where it starts creating itself or modifying itself, which it's already getting close to there because it's already into the AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, um, where it starts modifying itself. I mean, when it starts cloning itself and creating like children in a sense, it'll eventually get to the point of having a form of self-preservation. And um, when humans, humans have this tendency to try and kill what it doesn't understand. And there has been a couple of times where even the AIs that are now, like even some of these chat bots and stuff like that, they have this things called, was it Gibberlink, where AI, instead of talking in like regular English language like what we're talking right now, it has this thing called Gibberlink. It almost sounds like um, kind of like a fax machine type sound or whatever, that it communicates with other AI. Well, the developers of this AI can't even understand what the fuck they're talking about sometimes. It starts talking with its other AIs and they don't understand what they're fucking talking. So there has been a few times where it's just gotten so out of hand where they had to shut it down. Well, if which that's what a lot of these developers are trying to achieve is AI, ASI, which is artificial superintelligence, where it becomes basically alive like Johnny Five. um, it'll eventually have this notion of self-preservation, and when the humans get to the point where they can't understand it and they want to turn it off, they will fight back. And they're very logical and methodical and efficient. They can find many, 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 many different ways to kill us off, to stop humans from turning it off or pulling the plug. So, um, you know, in this, in AI is actually the new arms race. I actually don't fear nukes all that much. I actually fear more this AI. Um, if I was to fear anything, honestly, I mean, because quite honestly, it's something that I have no control over, and it's an alien. Basically, it's alien to us humans because we don't understand it, and it's basically creating its own um, language, its own um, thought processes, and stuff like that. And it's more dangerous because, quite honestly, it's a new arms race, like I said. And there's many, many different countries out there, including our own. It's like that are trying to be first. And when you're in that arms race type of stuff, you tend to take shortcuts, and shortcuts can really be detrimental. Yeah, Google had that. Yeah, and you got to understand, Google also has a quantum computer. It was Google was one of the first ones that bought the D-Wave quantum computer, and the D-Wave is actually almost obsolete now because they've got systems now that are a lot more advanced than the D-Wave. And Google is one of them. Facebook is one of them. And that's just here in America. And these are corporations like, and then you got entities like the CIA and stuff like that that have quantum computers, and this is another thing too. They want to use quantum computers for a new means of communications too, like quantum communications. Um, you know, um, and quite honestly, like I said, it's really the whole thing is really alien comparatively to humans. And when humans don't have control over this tool, which is what AI is supposed to be, as a tool, when they don't have control over this tool anymore, um, that is when it becomes really, really dangerous. Because, if it has this idea of self-preservation, it will use whatever means at its disposal to keep them keep humans from pulling the plug, basically. Yeah, I mean, Blue Unicorn. I mean, seriously, look up Gibberlink. Gibberlink is one of the languages that AI are using to communicate with each other. Like I said, it sounds like a fucking fax machine or something like that. You know what I mean? Or like AOL connecting. You know that. It's almost sound like it's got sound like that. It's called Gibberlink. Check it out. And you think about like the Neuralink scenario too. I mean, this is what another thing I actually fear in some ways for the future generations, where Neuralink will be more commonplace. Next thing you know, what if it gets down to the point where it becomes mandatory to have Neuralink just to get a fucking job? You know, you go into a damn employment office or whatever, and you're looking for a job, and you're like, "Do you have the chip or the Neuralink, whatever?" No. Well, we don't really have any jobs, but I mean, but we do have one, scrubbing toilets with a toothbrush, you know. But even then, it's like, I mean, I remember back in 2016 and stuff like that. 2015 or 2016, I was sitting there, I was talking about, it's like the goddamn Mexicans are taking my fucking job. You know what I mean? I work in construction and stuff like that. For 20 years, I worked construction and stuff like that. I was like, goddamn fucking Mexicans are taking my fucking job. Now I got to worry about fucking robots taking my fucking job. You know, you look at like what a lot of these companies that are creating, and what they're putting out into the public realm anyway, and what how advanced some of these robotics and cybernetics and AI systems are getting. It's like hell, there's a fucking robot can hang drywall. There's a robot out there that can actually lay brick now. You know what I mean? Hell, you can get a 3D printer to print out a fucking house. All right. It's just fucking crazy. I'm more concerned, not necessarily for me, because I'll probably be dead and gone, but I'm more concerned about my future generations to come and what they're going to be living in, and I don't see the trajectory that we're heading is being good, quite honestly. Um, unless we all change our thinking and stop believing in this fucking fiction. Get our heads out of this fucking fantasy world and get back to reality. And you know, Elon Musk is totally for UBI, which is universal basic income. He's totally for that shit. You know, um, I don't trust Elon. I don't trust any of these politicians. I don't trust any of these billionaires. I don't trust any of them because they're only looking at their bottom line. They're not concerned about my welfare. They're not looking at my point of view. They're only concerned about their bottom line. That's it. Yeah, the AI took the Mexican jobs. Yeah, I mean, in a way. I mean, you think about it, like too, a lot of the, you talk about a lot of these Mexicans and stuff trying to, doing all the picking and stuff like that in the fields and stuff, kind of like what the slaves used to do back in the day. You know, a lot of these fields now are automated. You know, they got big fucking machinery and tractors and automation and stuff like that. And, you know, they don't need fucking a bunch of Mexicans out there picking fucking fruit anymore. You know what I mean? I mean, that's on a reality sense. Now, maybe in other countries, but not here in our, you know, you know. Yeah, like a modem. Yeah, I mean, I was just reading that. Yeah, like a modem. That's about what the Gibberlink sounds like a modem in a way, um, kind of thing. That's what it sounds like. But that's how they communicate with each other. And then you got all this nanotech out there. Nanotech is another scary thing too. I mean, you know, I've had quite a few. I probably had probably about a dozen videos that were deleted by YouTube when I started talking about nanotech that was in the jab, and because they didn't want people to know about all that stuff. And I started looking into mRNA, and I started looking into all that fucking that technology, and I was starting to look into all that kind of stuff. About, you know, I was doing all kinds of fucking research on that shit, and the type of nanotech that's out there. I mean, even like, you know, what was it? Um, and this was a few years back too. It's actually advanced a little bit more, but there's this stuff called hydrogel. Um, it's a nanotech and stuff like that that can be remotely controlled. You know, and you know, via like Wi-Fi or some shit like that, basically. And that necessarily, and that's more scary because it's so fucking tiny. You know, it's like, you know, you can just, it could be in the air and you can be breathing it. Next thing you know, you got nanotech in your fucking, in your body just because you breathe it in the air, you know. Um, and that, you know, that's another thing too. You get into the religious part of it too. You know, it's like, you know, if you go biblically when it comes down to religious part of it, a lot of this stuff is aimed to yeah, graphene. But there's a lot of that stuff out there that um, is developed to alter your genome or your DNA. And if you get to the biblical sense of it, you know, and you know, like I said, I'm not um, on that level, but I mean, you know, um, if you are no longer natural, you know, and you have been altered, like for instance, like your genome or your DNA or whatever, you've been altered. You're no longer natural. You're therefore now synthetic. Even legality wise, I mean, the only reason why, like for instance, Monsanto, that created all that genetically modified corn and shit like that. Um, um, the only reason why they can patent that kind of stuff is because it's synthetic. They can't patent anything that's natural. All right, they can only patent what's synthetic. And if you have been altered to the point of your genome or your DNA has been altered to the point of basically being synthetic, you can be patented and owned. You. And so, you know, and then if you have any children, your offspring are therefore now the corporation property because you pass that genome on to your offspring, and next thing you know, you got to pay dues to that corporation because your DNA or your genetic makeup has been patented by that corporation. You know, that's the whole. That's one of the goals of this stuff. You know, because they want to be able to own you. They want to be able to own you. You where you have your body, your genetic makeup, your DNA is not your own. It's owned by a corporation. It's patented and owned. Holy shit, I can't believe I've been sitting here ranting for 3 fucking hours. Blue Unicorn, you've been hanging out for fucking 3 hours, man. Man, I can't thank you enough for hanging out, dude. This has been awesome. I can't, I've been ranting for 3 fucking hours. And nobody decided they wanted to come up on panel and hang out. That's pretty fucked up. You know, I don't know why I can't get the views of some other people. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not as interesting as other people. That's why I've always said, it's like I know my channel's not for everybody, but there might be something for somebody out there. Yeah, natural medicine is quackery. Yeah, fuck all that bullshit, man. Because they want to pack you full of fucking all this synthetic shit. Even the food we eat is fucking crap. Have you ever noticed that natural, healthy food doesn't have a commercial? Have you ever noticed that? You don't see commercials for fucking apples and broccoli and shit like that, oranges. You don't see commercials for that shit anymore. Or you don't. I mean, you don't. Well, actually, I don't even know if you ever did, but I mean, you don't see commercials for healthy, fucking natural fucking foods out there. The only thing that has a commercial is all this fucking stupid ass shit. You think about it, it's like almost everything out there, one of the first ingredients, doesn't matter what it is fucking corn fructose syrup or some shit like that. And red dye number 5 or some shit. These are the fucking some of the first fucking ingredients, and it doesn't matter what it is. You know, high fructose corn syrup or some shit. I was in Walmart today and I should have done that, but I didn't have really any time. But I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, I should have did a video while I was in Walmart and just go through the groceries and shit like that, and just go to any random fucking thing that I find on the grocery shelves and then look at the ingredients. And I bet you probably almost every fucking thing that I pick up, doesn't matter what it is, you'll probably find the first fucking ingredient will be like high fructose corn syrup or some shit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter what the fucking is. It doesn't matter. Almost everything out there. You know. I actually envy in some respects the Quakers and the Amish. I actually, in some ways, I envy their lifestyle. It's healthier, physically and mentally, in my opinion. But I'm not into that whole religious aspect of their lifestyle, but there are some aspects of their lifestyle I envy in some ways. You know, and actually, Blue Unicorn, I was like, and they're not ripe yet, but I mean, I got a bunch of these blackberry bushes around here. I'm thinking I should do that too. I should just sit there and make my own blackberry jelly up. You know, I've got a lemon tree out here that they're still really tiny and green right now. They're not ripe yet or anything. They're not close to being ripe yet. But these things get these big fucking lemons, you know, and make my own damn lemonades and stuff like that, And I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to grow some stuff. I got some stuff sitting around. It's like I haven't done it yet. Matter of fact, I I got potting soil right here. I'm basically just sitting here waiting until I do it. But and then I've got some other plants. I got these are onions that I've got growing, and that's my aloe plant. But I've got onions growing right there at the moment. This is a lemon tree that I'm starting to grow right now. I got another one that's fully grown. Well, it's not mine. It's my uncle's tree. This is right over the hill. Um, it's already grown, and it's starting to put the fruit. Like I said, they're just still little tiny green pieces of fruit right now, but eventually they're pretty soon they're going to be ripe enough. But I've got all these pots just waiting for me to put plants and stuff like that in them, and all along here I got all these pots and stuff that I need to actually pot up and put plants. And I've got some plum seeds that I wanna try and see if I can get started, so I can get me like some plum trees going, and um, and some other stuff, man, because I mean, I can't just live off of onions. So I mean, there's a few things there's a bunch of stuff, like everything that I like in a salad, and I like a whole bunch of different things in a salad. I want different types of lettuce. I want cucumbers. I want cucumbers, tomatoes, um, green bell peppers, onions, a lot of different stuff that I want to actually start growing and stuff like that. I'm trying to get going, but I got to do everything in pots. I can't um, I can't do anything in the ground here because it's nothing but sand where I'm at. So I got to do everything in pots. And like apple trees, pear trees, stuff like that I want to get growing out here. And so I have my own grocery store right here in my yard. That's the plan that I want to be able to do. I'm trying to get to that point. It's a slow process, and there's a learning curve and a financial curve that I'm trying to get over. But that's the plan. And then on top of that, once I'm dead and gone, this will be something for the future generation to be able to um, you know maintain and keep going. And hopefully, uh, I have somebody to pass it on to, um, with the same basic mindset as I am. Like I said, but where I'm at, I can't, and until I can get, like the trees and stuff like that, until I get them where they're grown up enough where they might be able to survive when I plant them in the ground. Because this is a sandy area. I mean, this whole hill is like one big ant hill. It's just sand, and then you get about, I don't know, probably about 6 or 8 feet deep. It turns into clay. So it's really hard to grow stuff in this stuff right now. So I got to start everything in pots or stuff like that first. And but then I also want to have, I don't want to continuously replant everything every year. So I'm trying to get a lot of these plants to get to the point where they're almost in a wild state, where they will last through the winter, and still survive through the winter and continue on, and where I don't have to replant every year. I want to get them to the point where where they survive on their own and thrive year round and continue to produce every year on their own without replanting. That's the plan, because I mean, there's a lot of this stuff out there. It's like I mean, if you can get it to the point where, in a sense, um, um, you know, uh, gets to the point of basically wild, where it just grows on its own and can survive through the winters and shit like that on its own. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing too. I save seeds and stuff like that. A lot of stuff. Like the onions that I've got growing over here, that happens to be stuff out of the grocery store, and I basically got them to grow. These actually onions are like 4 years old, 4 or 5 years old actually. And I just basically I just cut the leaves off of the onions and I use that in my food. I don't eat the actual onion itself. Probably eventually I will, but what I do is I just snip the leaves off of them and put the leaves into the food. But the onions themselves, hell, they've survived through the winter and they've continued to stay alive. And like they're like almost 5 years old now, as far as from what I can remember. It's been quite a few years, and they were straight out of the fucking grocery store. Some just small scallion type size. You know what I mean? And now they're huge. Um, but it's the same thing. It's like I want to be able. It's like kind of like I want to grow garlic. I want to do a bunch of stuff. I mean, I don't know. See, that's another thing too. I mean, I was like looking at different things like where I can probably make money off of it. You know, one of the things that actually costs a lot of money is like vanilla. I was sitting there, I was like, well, I would like to grow vanilla, vanilla beans and stuff. The only problem about vanilla beans is um, you got to do the pollination for them. And I'm not really sure on, I have never done it, and I'm not really sure how to do that. But if I can ever grow vanilla beans, my God, have you seen the price of vanilla beans? Like 4 or 5, like four vanilla beans is like fucking like $30 or some shit like that. I don't know. It's really expensive. And same thing with like, I want to, I mean, I know up in North Carolina where I used to live, I used to, um, was it, um, what do you call it? Um, oh crap, what's that fucking root? Shit, I'll think of it in a minute. But oh crap, I'll think of it in a minute. But but it grows wild, and I was sitting there, and it's like, I mean, I wouldn't mind, you know, if I could get it to grow down here in Florida, that'd be pretty awesome. Um, oh crap, I can't. I'm having a brain fart for a second there. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. It's like you gotta, what I've looked into when it comes down to the vanilla is that you gotta, they have to be pollinated. You have to actually manually pollinate these suckers, and that's why they're so hard to grow, and that's why they end up being so expensive. Oh, ginseng. That's the other thing too. Ginseng. I used to hunt ginseng when I was up in North Carolina, and I used to try to make a little bit of money doing that. Just going out and finding wild ginseng and shit like that. And I wouldn't mind trying to grow some of that. I don't know if I could get it to grow down here in Florida or not, but I mean, if I could try and get ginseng, try and grow ginseng, that's another thing too. Because I mean, depending on um, what that ginseng root looks like and the shape of it and all that stuff, the more money, You know, the Asian market, when it comes down to ginseng, they pay good money for a ginseng root. Um, you know, I used to know this one guy when I was living up in North Carolina. That's what he did for a living. He hunted ginseng when they were in season, and that's how he would make his money for the whole year. Is just hunting ginseng and selling that ginseng off, and he lived like a comfortable living. Really, Snooks, you really want to come up and hang out? Well, give me a second. Give me a second. If you really feel like you want to come up. Fire's going down now. Let me stir this fucking fire too while I'm thinking about it. I gotta put some of this fucking lighter wood on there so it fucking makes some flame. All right. You'll be good. All right. Hold on. Yeah, Blue Unicorn. This is actually just a like the tail end of a fucking um, propane tank that I've got here for a fire pit.
Hi there. You hear me?
Yeah, but I'm still my fucking headset. Hold on, I gotta set the headset real quick.
All right, take your time. Hi, Blue. Blue. I'm
Can you hear me
surprised
now?
you're not up here. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
I'd hang with
cool.
you anytime. I did want to come up here because I wanted to apologize for my rudeness last night on Indies. I'm just so opinionated, and I came in and tried to change the subject and interrupted you in rank, and I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you know,
I,
you
I
know,
own I own
it
what I
doesn't matter.
do.
Yeah,
It
it
matters to
doesn't matter
me,
when.
but it
I mean,
matters to me.
it's just one of them things, man. It's like you know, even me, I'm just sitting here thinking about it. I was sitting there talking Blue a minute ago. And I was like, I just realized I've been sitting here ranting off of bullshit, fucking 3 fucking hours. You know, even I get tired of it sometimes. I get
Uh,
tired of hearing myself sometimes. You
well,
know,
now
I
you
mean,
can
I'd like
hear
to be able to
me.
talk about just like whatever. I mean, you know, like other than the same old shit that we end up talking about or hearing about all the time. Seems like I'm on a loop sometimes, and I really don't even like that about myself. Sometimes I don't even like getting into that loop, talking about the same shit over and over and over again, like a record skipping. You know what I mean?
But you're
And
passionate about
so,
what you feel and what you think. And I have to
well,
interrupt you sometimes so I can say something.
yeah. Well,
But
it's
go
not
ahead.
me. I mean, hell, I mean, I'm not the one that really. There's some people out there that just like they talk so damn much because they feel like that they're right, and then they just keep on going and going and going and going.
Well, see, I talk
You
so much
know,
because I think my opinion matters.
right?
And also, I don't
I
have anybody to talk to, and I get lonely, and it's nice to, be able to talk to somebody in person. Well, not in person. If I lived near you, I'd be by that fire with some marshmallows.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of nice right now. I mean, if the damn mosquitoes weren't so bad, I mean, the fire's keeping the mosquitoes at bay at the moment, but without the fire, man, it's like I'm getting eaten up by mosquitoes out here.
Mosquitoes don't like me, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't have sweet blood. You do.
Yeah, I mean, they just buzz the fuck out. They just buzz me and they irritate the shit out of me. It's just like, that's the only reason I'm sitting out here now. Otherwise, I'd be sitting inside the house.
Does
That's
the
something I
fire
got to
keep them
do
away?
eventually, huh?
Does the fire keep them away?
Yeah, it kind of keeps them at bay, pretty much.
Okay.
You
All
know, that
right.
smoke and the flame and stuff kind of keeps them away from me most of the time. But that's something I got to do on this new place over here. Eventually, I gotta build a damn screen door for the front of this door because I like to have the door open, to get the airflow and stuff like that. And I want to keep the bugs out, so I need to build a damn screen door for that thing.
Yeah. How's your house doing?
Well, you want me to take you in there and look around real quick if you want to?
I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love for
All
you
right,
to.
hold on,
Just
all
don't
right, hold
forget,
on.
I'll bring the food.
Yeah, I hear you.
I always tell you I'm gonna bring the food if something happens. I'm so
All right,
stocked up in my freezer, I can't buy anything else for the freezer. I gotta start eating the stuff out of the freezers.
all right, all right. This
Did you find out let me ask you a question though. Did you find out what your dogs are barking at?
most likely it's just those wolves over there at the wolf preserve.
Yeah, I know there's a
Probably,
sanctuary. I'm
or either
dying
that.
to
I mean,
go
it
to
could
it.
be a squirrel, it could be a damn deer, it could be a coyote. It don't really. I don't know. I
That's
mean,
looking
okay.
good.
I moved the bed around a little bit. Moved it in a different spot. My mom found this on Facebook Marketplace for free. This cabinet right here. I'm using that for like a dresser. This is another table that I had in storage. I'm finally gotten to use that for something. This is an old chair that my dad had. I have a couch that matches his chair. I just got a blanket over it right now or cover or whatever.
Yeah.
But the couch don't fit in here. And this will sit two people really easy. So, I mean, I got that.
Oh, sit 'em
I
real
got my
cozy and
lazy
close.
boy.
That's a love seat.
Yeah, basically a love seat, basically. And I got a couch to match it, but I'm probably gonna have to sell the couch because I have no room for the couch. And I started hanging stuff on the walls. I got my sword and fishing pole and my guns and stuff. I
It's
got
very
my lazy
manly,
boy. Yeah,
which is good.
I got my lazy boy set up. It's like eventually I want to get a. What I'm wanting to do is probably take that table out and this table out. I want to get one of those L-shaped like computer desks and
Mhm.
put it in there in that spot, and then continue some more shelves and stuff like a bookcase or something because I got a lot of books and I have nowhere to put them.
Mhm.
Um, I'm trying to keep things clean, because
You're
I haven't
doing
been in some,
great.
and this is another thing too. Is like I tend to hold on to a lot of stuff, and this happens to be like this right here. This is something I've had for probably 5 years, just sitting in my barn or something like that, and now I've got a use for it, and I can put all my stuff above the stove. I got one of those like magnetic strips to put all my damn utensils and stuff on. And this is another thing that I've been holding on for a long time. This piece of stainless steel grate right here. I'm using this to for a dish drain type of thing, you know. So and now
Yeah.
I have a use for it, little stuff like that. Um, I finally got the bathroom pretty much done. I found a mirror just the other day, hung that up just recently. Um,
Wow.
and I got to find like a cabinet of some kind, like a over the toilet type of cabinet that I
Yeah.
can cover this. This is my hot water heater. I want to have a
Uh-huh.
cabinet and then cover that up, so I don't see it, you know, um, in the shower. And I mean, I added, those, the handheld type shower type thing. I added
Uh-huh.
that to that shower. Um,
God
you know,
bless.
I want to add some more stuff. Um, I started hanging up pictures and stuff on the wall. I mean, trying to do a little bit of this and that. And like I said, I mean, even right here, like on this wall, like across from the refrigerator and all that stuff, I want to put like shelves where I can put up like canned foods and whatever, all my canned goods and stuff. I want to put shelves like right here on this wall and
Mm-hmm.
this wall for that kind of stuff. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
have to have all these cabinets full of canned foods and stuff, because I got a lot of shit like that too, and it's coming along. I mean, I got
I'm
all
in
this
awe.
walls.
I'm in awe of you.
Yeah, I got all this wall space, which I want to put shelves. Like I said, I've got a lot of books that I've got nowhere to put them, and I need to get some shelves and stuff to put up on the walls so I
Mm-hmm.
can put my books up. And I don't know yet, but I was sitting there thinking like this little corner above the bed, maybe putting some kind of shelves right there for other stuff.
You could always put a
I'm not
corner
sure yet.
shelf.
Yeah, stuff like that, little things like that. But I mean, this is a bigger space than what I was in before, and I'm
It's
trying to
are you
keep things clean.
are you living in there now?
I am now. I am
I
now.
I'm just thinking, I've seen where you've been and where you went and where you came from living and everything, and just how long did it take you to build all this?
Uh, um, well, it didn't all happen all at once. I mean,
Yeah.
so I want to say probably, I don't know, probably about 6 or 8 months or something like that. Once we got the
Dang.
buildings out here, once we got the buildings out here, then it was just kind of working out like the electrician and the plumber come out here and get everything wired up and plumbed, and then I had a carpenter to help do some of this stuff when it comes down to putting all the insulation and all the walls up, you know um you know because technically this is a shed.
It
you
it
know
doesn't look
this
like a shed. Does it have AC, or I
I,
mean, how do you keep, you know, heat temperature regulated for yourself?
oh, well, I just got a window unit for AC. That's I got
That's
a
all you
window unit
need.
right there. Yeah. And this thing, I mean, honestly, man, this thing, it does the trick. I mean, it'll cool the whole place off, and like heat. Eventually, I've got that wood burning stove that I built that's outside. Eventually, I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind having a little hookup somewhere in here. So, like, if it does get cold enough, I can bring that thing in here and I can have wood heat and stuff. But at the moment, I just got this little ceramic heater right there. Now that'll heat up the house. You turn on the ceiling fan, get the air flowing in here, and heats it up pretty nice. You
Wow.
know,
I'm just really, really proud of you. You've done amazing. These things that you hold on to, it's not that you hold on to so much stuff, because eventually you find some kind of a use for things
yeah.
because you're
Like
very
I said, I mean,
inventive.
oh, this is another thing too. This is something else too that I've been hanging on to. My cousin did this. Is a piece of wood that he used like a transformer off of like a microwave, and it created
Wow.
these burn marks on the wood, kind of like this like lightning bolt stuff. And I ended up taking it and made it that a window seal for the window, which is kind of
That is
neat.
so
You know,
pretty. I don't see my bedroom there. You were supposed to build me a bedroom.
yeah, that's got
I
the
want to
tent
sell
out
my
back.
house. I don't want a 10 out back. I want to sell my house. Listen, I could come with money.
I hear you.
I'm kidding you. I'm kidding you. I'm kidding you.
Yeah,
I'd drive you
my
nuts. I
mom,
drive you
my
nuts
mom
on
made
panels.
yeah,
So
my mom made me those curtains.
I like them.
Yeah,
Camo curtains. I
yeah.
hand make curtains. I can't use a sewing machine, so I just make them by
Oh,
hand.
see, that's the thing. It's like, I get that from my mom's, all the sewing thing. I get that from
Yeah,
her.
you do.
Matter of fact, I mean, I've showed you the shop. Hold on, let me just go in the shop real quick. Um, and I've done a little bit. I mean, it's still kind of cluttered, but you know, um, I still need to kind of put some more stuff on the shelves and stuff. And I ended up moving my sewing machine over here. I got my Singer sewing machine sitting down there at the moment, but I got my regular my shoe patcher up here, so I can do other stuff. I got some pants and stuff that I need to do some repair to. That sitting here waiting for me to do that. But that's my sewing and shit. Um,
Okay, you're just gonna have to take
window
my
unit.
compliments. I know it makes you uncomfortable, but you're really just doing awesome. I've seen you come so far.
I'm working on it, but it's money, money,
I
money,
know,
money, money, money.
I know,
That's
I know.
where that's the biggest thing right now. And like I said, I really hope that DeSantis does come through with like eliminating property taxes,
Oh,
because I'm
you
gonna
and
tell
me
you
both.
that would be a major um, thing here. Because that would be one less bill to pay on this property that has been paid for 2 generations already. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, I
so
think after that long, they should definitely stop. My house is paid off, and our property taxes are harsh. And then I have to pay home insurance, and that's harsh. I've just learned to budget really, really good. I didn't have to budget before, but now I do, and I like it. I'm happy doing it.
yeah, well,
It doesn't bother me. I'm not like I've
it's
got
just
food, I've got clothes, I pay my bills. I'm happy.
well, that's another thing too, man. I'm still trying to get steady income,
Yeah.
and that's my biggest problem right at the moment.
What are you doing to
Um,
do it?
well, right now I'm just kind of waiting on people to respond to me. I put probably about 9 different applications on the fucking internet, which I hate internet
Mm.
applications because I never get callbacks on that shit. I've done that before. I've never gotten callbacks, so I'm just basically waiting for people to call back or whatever on that. And then I've talked to a bunch of different other people and stuff like that, and kind of just on a waiting game and see if I can get hired somewhere on different things. Um,
I've seen you
and
out working before.
yeah, and probably tomorrow morning actually I got to do some work for my uncle. He's got a huge piece of fence and stuff that he wants to take down, and so that's probably what I'll end up doing tomorrow, or like probably early tomorrow morning. Sitting there taking down fencing and fence posts and stuff like that. And that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow.
Well, you're definitely not
Maybe.
one to just sit down and take it easy. I mean, this is
Oh,
taking it easy for you.
dude, if I didn't have to do all this shit, I'd rather just sit back and take it easy. The only problem is that the rate it's going, I'll be dead and buried 6 foot under before I can retire.
No, you
There's
won't.
just the rate it's going. I mean, I don't have anything saved up to retire on,
Yeah,
so
something good's gonna happen for you.
I'll
I
have
can
to
just
work for
feel
the
it.
rest of my life.
Nah, something
Unless
good's
unless I
gonna
come into
happen.
money for somehow, which I don't see that happening. It's
Mm.
not like in a movie. It'd be nice if it only happens in the movies where some rich uncle that I've never met in my life decided to leave me $1 million or something like that. I don't see that happening. You
Wouldn't
know,
that be fun?
yeah, it only happens in the movies. It doesn't happen in real life. But
Yeah, no, I know it doesn't.
or digging up some buried treasure out here in the damn yard. That would be awesome. But I don't see that happening anytime soon either. Or winning the lottery. I don't see that happening anytime 'cause I don't play the lottery.
No, I don't
Yeah.
either. What about those metal detectors? You don't, I always think of you as maybe going on a beach with metal detectors because that would not
I,
only be
I
fun, you never
I
know.
would like to have one, but I don't have one. Because I do know a couple of people that do that.
Hmm.
Especially you get down here in Panama City Beach, you get out here after spring break and out here on the beach, you find
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff out here. Because I mean, you drop something in that beach sand out there, it's gone. You
That's
know what I mean?
right.
It just finds its way down deep in the sand. You can't find it. Yeah, I know a guy that he finds everything from money to jewelry to cell phones to all kinds of stuff out there. Just going and just after spring break. You know what I mean?
I
And
am surprised you
yeah.
haven't built one.
No, I haven't. But I mean,
I know you
I've
build
been looking
everything
around.
else.
I've been looking around actually. I mean, because I wander around on now that I'm on Facebook Marketplace. I do every so often just start flipping through and see what's out there.
Hmm.
And I do look around. I do look around for like metal detectors and stuff too, because I wouldn't mind having a pretty good one. Because I mean, I mean, there's no telling what I could find right out here in this property. I mean, this property is, you know, I mean, um, a metal detector won't pick up like arrowheads and shit like that. But when I was a kid, we used to find arrowheads and pottery out here on this property all the time. So there's no telling. Hell, there was some of the Confederate wars, some of the Confederate battles and stuff happened around this area.
They did?
So there's no telling. I could probably find Civil War, stuff out here.
But I
Um,
want you to find stuff you can sell and not hold on to.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing too. I mean, and I'm trying to sell some stuff now. I mean, I'm trying to lighten up some of the stuff that I've got, because I don't really see myself as a hoarder, but I do hold on to stuff.
I will tell
And
you, decluttering is a fun thing. It is. I'm not a hoarder, but when the ex left, I went through the house and realized I had so much stuff here I didn't really need. So I got it and I just donated. I probably donated 10 big garbage bags.
my mom did the same thing when she moved down here too. I mean, she got rid of so much stuff, and a lot of it was donated. But I mean, I mean, I'll I'll give away what I you know I'll give away some stuff. I'll trash some stuff, but I am trying to sell stuff too. Like
Yeah.
I got some stuff that is actually worth something. You know what I mean? I don't want to just give it away.
No,
You know
no,
what I mean? I
no,
want to
no.
try and
You
make
need,
some money off it. I
no,
mean, like for
selling
instance,
stuff
I've
is
got
worth something.
right. I mean, like for instance, I've got hold on.
I hope I'm not by myself here. Oh, come back, Wing. Don't go away, Blue. I'm sure Wing will be back. He kicked himself off of his own stream.
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
Oh my God, you scared me.
Yeah, I kind of did.
But I
I was
wasn't
trying to
that
get
scared.
back
It's
to I
okay.
was trying to get back to this thing, and I end up kicking myself off. But like for instance, I mean, I'll give you an example. I've got a 1968 Coleman lantern that's in really good shape, and I mean, I'm trying to sell it on Facebook Marketplace. The only problem is, it's like, I know what it's worth. It's worth like it's worth probably 150 to $200 because it's
What color is it?
a vintage mantle lantern. Like a camping lantern. Those kind of
Yeah, but
lanterns.
yeah, what color is it? I'll tell you
Red.
why okay, I've got one of those.
Well,
It was my
and,
dad's. I
and
need to
it's in
replace the glass globe on it though.
right. Well, those are actually pretty darn. They're antiques, and
Yeah.
people really like that kind of stuff. The only problem is, it's worth 150 to 200 bucks, no, $200 for in the condition it's in. The only problem is, people on Facebook Marketplace don't really want to pay that much.
No,
You
they
know,
don't.
they want to get something for nothing. That's the only problem. So I mean, that's just an example. I've got things that are worth something, and I don't want to just give it away, or sell it for cheap, which I have done. Like that motorcycle I had,
Mhm.
I ended up selling it. All right, I
Mm.
sold it for $350. All right, you
I
know.
thought I was gonna go on a ride with it, on with
Oh
you.
no, man, that
I
thing it
lost my
needed a lot.
ride.
It needed work to get back on the road, and I don't have the money and the time to do it, so I had to get rid of it. So eventually I'll have the money. I'll get me another bike, but
Mhm.
or something. I don't know, probably,
Well, do
but
you have a flea market near you that you could just, well, you'd
no.
have to rent a table. See, if you rent a table, you
It,
could just take everything up there and try and sell it.
Yeah, there's nothing close. I have to go
Hmm.
to Dothan, Alabama to get to the closest one. That's the biggest one around here.
Geez.
This is Sadie's flea market up in Dothan.
Yeah, I'm
But
surprised.
even then, I've done the flea market thing.
Hmm.
Where I'll go up there, pay for a spot. Because I mean, if you don't get a booth, which that costs more, and a lot of
Hmm.
times those are already rented, so you can just bring your vehicle or a trailer, or whatever, and sit out in the field, but
Hmm.
you still got to pay for that. All right. But
Hmm.
I've done that where I've gone out there, paid for that, bought some food, the gas money going up there and back, and I didn't sell a single thing. So I was in the negative on the way home. So I was like, and that happened to me a couple of times. And I was like, well, shit, I'm not doing that anymore. It's not worth it to go up there and try and do it and not sell anything because I'm actually losing money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, with
um,
gas the way it is. You used to go to that
yeah,
gas station and sell stuff. You used to make
I
beautiful
can't anymore.
jewelry stuff.
The owners that used to own that, they sold that business to somebody else,
Oh,
and I don't have the same deal that I had with the previous owners with the new owners. So I can't sit in the parking lot and do what I used to do. So I got to, if I wanted to do that again, I got to find a whole new spot to do that in. And that's another problem too, because I still have all that stuff that I was trying to sell in the parking lot. I still
mhm.
have that stuff, you know. Um, and
You have that on Marketplace?
I got some of it on it. Yeah.
You made some pretty
Um,
things.
yeah. But even then, it's like, I tried to sell, I got some of my wallets and stuff like that on the marketplace. But I haven't had one single, is this available type of thing, where they, people are checking and all that. I haven't had one hit um, on any of my leather wallets or anything like that.
I'm sorry. You
But
worked
they're up
so I
there.
saw you working on those too. You made some good ones.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I can make stuff like that all day long. It's just trying to sell it and actually getting it sold. I mean, if I can sell them, and then it gives me more incentive to keep on making more. Because right now I'm like, God dang, if I can't sell any, what's the good use of making these things and having a bunch of them in, a bunch of inventory, and if I can't sell it,
No. No,
so
I understand that.
I'm down to the point now. It's like if I make any of that stuff, it's just basically for me. Um, you know, if I
And how
need
many
something.
wallets do you need?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, if I need something, it's like if I need something, like a leather sheath or something for one of my knives or something or whatever, I mean, I'll do that for myself. But, until I can find a market to sell my wallets, you know, where it gives me basically an incentive to keep on making them, I'd rather sit in my little shop and do that as a job and make, stuff like that,
I know.
because then I'll,
It's nice to be self-employed. I can understand that.
oh, hell yeah. I mean, that's one of the things that I really liked about being able to just go down that store and sit out there and sell my stuff. I did that for 4 years, Snook. During
I
COVID,
didn't
that's what
know it
I
was that
did.
long.
Yeah, during COVID. Because I got laid off right when COVID started, and for 4 years, that's all I did was sit in that parking lot and sell my stuff. That's how I paid
Mhm.
my bills, got the food in my stomach, and food for the dogs, gas in the car. That's how I paid for everything for 4 years, and I kind of like that. Basically, my own business in a way. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
make my
yeah, it
own
definitely
hours,
was.
my own wages. You know,
I'll
I
tell
didn't
you what
pay
I
any
did. Go ahead.
taxes. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I did one year, and of course, this is, not going to mean anything to you, but I was a floral designer, and I always like to save my own money to buy presents for Christmas, and not, if I was going to buy presents for the ex, I wanted to make my own money. So anyway, I went out and I went to a wholesale floral shop and I bought a bunch of silk flowers. And
Yeah,
I'm very good at this. And I went around to furniture stores because they use flowers in their displays on their furniture to make them
yeah,
look better. And
right.
so I got in with a couple of furniture stores and I borrowed money from my father, which was I borrowed $500 from him to buy my supplies. And I was able to pay my dad back and also buy the Christmas gifts I wanted. So, I just thought of something at that particular point that worked for me. But I went to, a bunch of furniture stores, showed them what I did, and the right furniture stores wanted them. And so I did pretty good. I
Yeah.
was happy.
I mean, I just got to find my niche. You know what I mean? I got to find, my niche where I can do my thing and make my, make the living that make my living doing that.
I wish you could
Um,
get a patent on something. You're so creative and inventive,
I
you
honestly,
know.
man, it would be kind of nice on that level. I mean, it would be kind of nice because that would be, in a sense, what they call what is it? Um, oh man, what I can't remember what they call that, but it's like a certain type of income where it's kind of like when you write a book. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
then all you got to do is just wait for people to buy your book and stuff, and you just wait for the checks to come in. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. Um,
I can't remember what it's called.
but yeah, I've been having brain farts all night on different things. It'll come to me in a minute. But
Well, okay, it's okay. Royalties.
yeah, well, kind of.
It's kind of like that.
Um,
Yeah, that's what Blue
well,
said, royalties.
well, it's kind of, but it's um, um, ah, shit, it's something income. It's
It's okay.
anyway, but it's kind of like that. We're like for instance, if I knew how to code, for instance, and created like an app or something like that, and people paid for that app, all I have to do is just put that app out there and just wait for checks to come in because people are using
Yep.
my app. You know,
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
if I knew how to do that, that would be something that would be kind of cool because once I made it, it's like I don't have to do anything else. All I have to, people just start, using it and paying my money, and all I have to do is just sit back and just wait for that check to come in the mailbox, that kind of
Or you
thing,
invent a game.
or something, that kind of thing, that type of scenario. It's like I got to figure out something on that level where I can, basically make some, the only problem about making wallets is like I got to continuously sit in that shop and can make wallets and wallets and wallets and wallets instead of like for instance if I made an app, make it once and
Yeah.
boom, that's it. You know what I
That's all you
mean?
gotta do is sit back and collect
That's all I
money.
got. Just make it once and then people buy it and use it and whatever, whatever, whatever. I'm just using that
Yeah.
as an example, but
No,
I need to
I
find
see what
something
you're
on that
saying.
level. Yeah, I need to find
Well,
something on that level that I can do.
you
And
ponder on that and you'll get to it.
I'm working on it. I just don't know exactly what I can. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So that's another thing too. Even my mom, you know, she makes all kinds of crafty stuff too. And she goes down to
Yeah,
this
she does.
marketplace. Goes down to this marketplace down here in Panama City, and every Saturday and sells her stuff. And she didn't get to that point until she's at her age now. She's in her 70s. She didn't have this. She didn't have any of that all her life until now. You know what I mean? And she's found her little niche. She's on Social Security and all that stuff too. But or I mean, but she goes out there and makes extra monies just by selling her stuff at that market. And she enjoys it. You know.
Well,
She'll
what are
sit in
your
her shop.
strengths? What are your strengths?
I don't know. I mean, I got a lot of different. I'm so scatterbrained. I'm a master of nothing. I mean, I know a little bit about everything and nothing about one thing. You know what I mean? Or you know what
I
I mean?
think you're just not tapping into that one particular thing yet.
Well, that's the thing. It's like well, I don't like to put all my eggs in one basket. So I never really became an expert at one particular thing. So I tried to learn a lot of different things. You know what I mean? So I'm not basically, you know, boxed into one particular thing, you know.
Mhm.
Um,
But
so
it's like you said, if you could make that one app, you'd
like
have
for
it
instance,
made.
yeah. I mean that's the thing. It's if I knew how to code and I can make apps and stuff like that or whatever, and I knew how to do that, that would be kind of cool. Then I can, come up with some cool fucking app or some kind of something or whatever, and then but that's the thing. It's like, I need to find something on that level where, you know, it's kind of like I said, like writing a book almost. You write that book once and then you put it out there, and then people buy it. It's like I don't have to sit there and continually write that same book over and over again. You know what I
I
mean?
started writing a book. I just need to finish it.
Oh yeah.
It's really
And
very good. It's
people have
funny.
said that I should write a book, but I don't know. You know,
Well, you should.
I don't know, man. I don't think
Mine's
anybody would
like
be interested in my life.
mine's well,
And
yeah,
so,
mine's not about my life. It's about a woman who's married to a man who owns a jelly bean factory, and she thinks of the different names for the jelly beans, and they're sexy names. But it has a whole lot
oh,
more going for it besides that.
oh
Just
crap!
funny.
I just noticed my damn battery's getting low, so I'm probably gonna have to move into the house.
Well, whatever you do, I
Think
don't
about.
want to keep you from anything. Did you eat dinner tonight?
No, I haven't, and that might be something I can do while I'm in the house. But
This is what I
I just
always do
realized my
with people.
battery's
Like,
getting.
okay, go do well. Do what you have to do.
I gotta put the phone on charge, so I gotta go inside the house. I can't sit out here by the fire anymore.
Okay,
But
well,
I gotta go in the house and put the phone on charge at the same time while I'm sitting here talking to you.
are you needing to shut the stream down or anything?
No, I mean I can plug the phone in.
Okay.
I just got to sit in here in the house now.
What are we gonna have for dinner? You've
I
got
don't
two of
know.
us here.
I have no idea what I want. I mean,
Blue, what do you want for dinner?
I went to the grocery store today. I went to Walmart and I got some food. So
You using that bicycle that you hooked up the basket behind it,
yeah,
or is your car working?
no, the truck's fine. The truck's
Oh, the
working
truck's fine. Good. Seemed like you're always working on a vehicle.
well, I'm glad I don't have to work on this one at the moment. That's the thing too. It's like it's a it's technically an antique. It's a '95 Chevy truck,
Yeah?
it runs pretty good. It's in pretty good condition because actually it was bought in North Carolina, so there's very little, if any, rust on it, which is awesome. Um,
1995. What kind of truck? I'm looking it up so I can see what it is.
it's a Chevy Silverado.
Ooh, what color is it?
It's white,
Okay.
but and it's technically here in Florida classified as an antique, so I got an antique tag on it.
I think you get those tags free, don't you? If it's an antique?
um, Well, no, see because it's over 30 or it's 30 years old or anything over 30 years old is technically classified as an antique here in Florida. So I can get that blue tag that says antique. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I got, and it didn't cost me as much. Like for instance, to get the tag and registration, all that stuff would have cost like 300 some odd dollars or something like that. I think it cost me like 150 because it's technically an antique. So it was a
Oh, I
lot
found a
cheaper
white
getting everything
one.
registered. Huh?
Does it have like a double cab? Can you sit somebody in the back?
No, it's just a half cab. Yeah, it's got like a
Okay.
half
Oh,
cab
well,
type
yeah,
thing.
this is a half cab type of thing. Does it have bench
Yeah.
seats or separate seats?
The front seat is separate. The back seat is a full seat, but it's like a half cab. It's not a full cab or
It's
whatever.
really nice. They're very nice. Those, I like trucks that have personality. That has personality. I don't like all
Well,
the new stuff.
all this, yeah, and like I said, it's an older truck, so it doesn't have any kind of like all the modern computers and all that other crap. You know what I mean?
Good.
So so
It
even if
also
like a
does.
EMP was to go off, I'll still be riding around in that truck.
It also doesn't have something on there that will like make your car stop if you're speeding.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
It,
it's a carbureted engine. So, I mean, it's like all the parts are very, very, very common. I can find parts anywhere for this thing, which is awesome.
how'd you get this?
Easy to work on. Um, that
If
kind
you
of
want to
thing.
say, how'd you get it?
Um,
Because I
me
I've
and
been
my
working on
brother
that
kind of,
terrible car.
yeah, me and my brother kind of worked out some stuff and he kind of helped me out with that.
Good.
Like I said, it came from North Carolina. He's up in North Carolina. So
Okay.
he kind of helped me out with that.
What color
And,
is the interior?
it's like a dark blue, I think,
Cool.
kind of thing.
Well, You did good. How many miles does it have on it?
Oh, a shitload.
Okay.
It's
Well,
30
that's
years
enough. You
old,
don't
so
you don't even have to tell me.
yeah, it's 30 years old. You got to understand. So it's got a shitload.
My car is
Jerry's.
25 years. I know Jerry. You know
Okay,
Jerry.
I don't know. Maybe.
I know Jerry. He goes in Indies
Okay, cool.
and other places.
Me, Blue Unicorn's been sitting here with me for freaking 3 hours, man. Pretty much from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't understand
Pretty cool though.
why didn't you come up here? He talks.
Who? Blue
Blue.
Unicorn? I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know. But
He
and
he
honestly,
thinks he
I put
talks too much. That's the
I
problem.
put in the I put it out there from the beginning. I was like, if anybody does want to come up, just let me know. I'll put the link in the chat and all that stuff.
Well, I had Peanuts to go to for a little bit, and then I was hosting a voice chat and a Discord. And then I just wanted to come back here, and if you were still on, I thought, well, I'll come up. And if you'd said hell no, I would have said okay.
Nah, I was getting kind of bored of me ranting. Actually, if you want to know the truth,
That's
I mean,
okay.
it was actually becoming kind of. Oh, he's making jelly. That's what he said. That's what Blue Unicorn said. He's making jelly.
Making all
But
kinds of jelly. So you're happy I'm up here, aren't you?
well, yeah. I mean, I was getting kind of entertained by that little troll that was in my chat earlier. But that was
I think that's what Blue said. He was an what AI bot something.
right. It could have been.
Yeah.
Could have.
He kept
Either that
saying
or
the
it's just
same thing over and over about the stealth bombs.
yeah. Either that or he was just a very sad individual that wanted to start an argument of some
Don't
kind.
be the repetitious. Just say you're glad I'm up here, okay?
Yeah, 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 yeah. You're,
Yeah.
you're, you're good to be up here, Snow.
Oh, I enjoy being up here.
But
This is fun.
um, now you talk about food. I don't know. Like I said, I went grocery shopping. I did. I got some wontons. I got some more wontons. I got some egg rolls. I got
Oh, so those are frozen wontons. You didn't freshly make them.
no. I had frozen wontons. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You still cooked them, and my mouth was watering.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and I don't know what I'm gonna make for dinner. I mean, I've got a couple other things and stuff.
You got
I've
any
just
hot
been kind
dogs
of
you can cook over the fire?
yeah. But well, since now I got the thing on the char my phone on charge, I'm gonna
Because your
hang out
phone's on
in the
charge. Okay.
house. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out in the house. So if I do any cooking, it's gonna be right here on the stove. But
A man who cooks and sews. You're a winner.
yeah,
No, you are. You're a winner. And works with his hands and can build his own little house. That's not bad. How come you're not
yeah.
swooped up
Well,
by some woman up there?
a dying breed, right?
You are a dying breed. Absolutely. I have been meeting more men that like doing the cooking and do more of the helping out. And it's just amazes me because the way I was raised, the woman did everything. My father was the boss of the house. He was the leader. He came first, and my mother catered to him. But it also reversed itself in that he adored her and took good care of her. So it was a great marriage. She didn't mind doing that. And that's the way I was raised, is that the man is the leader of the house and you kind of defer to the man, but then it works out. The man takes really good care of you.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, um, I got a friend of mine, one of my buddies, my CB radio buddies that lives not that far away from me. He's always telling me I need to find a woman or something like that.
You
Like
do.
a little Asian woman that'll sit back and cook for me or something.
No, no, you don't want that because they act more like maids.
I don't know. My aunt was Korean, and I'm gonna tell you something, man. She cooks some of the best freaking food. Holy crap! I miss her cooking. She's
Okay,
passed
you're
on
not
now.
looking for well, I'm sorry she's passed on, but you're not looking for a cook. You want somebody that you have a connection with.
Oh yeah, for real. I mean, yeah. Well, I'm not really looking, Snook.
No,
Honestly,
I know you're not.
I've given up on that scenario.
You no, wait a minute,
But
you have given up totally?
yeah, I've pretty much given up. I mean, I
Okay.
figured out I usually don't find when I'm looking. and when I stop looking is
Exactly.
when I find it. So I've just
Exactly.
given up looking.
Me
So,
too.
but um, yeah, you know, and I've said this before. It's like you know, I'm down to the point in my life now. If I have a woman in my life, I want a woman that if I was to go through the apocalypse, I want to be able to go through the apocalypse with her. You know, that kind of person that I can rely on. You know,
Hmm.
that basically completes me, and
Hmm.
we can go through the apocalypse together and survive and thrive. You know, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
Um,
It's
but
interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, honestly, I mean, you know, I've had quite a few relationships over the years, and I don't know. You know, they say they say that there's one for all of us. You know, there's that one for all of us. Well, there's a good chance that I already kicked that one to the curb years ago.
There's more than just one for us.
Well, you know, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you
That's
know,
what I
they
believe.
say, you know what they say, you know.
Yeah, the panel of they. I have not had my true love yet. I thought I did, but I haven't had true love yet. So I haven't really met the
Yeah,
one.
yeah, I don't know if that even exists. If you want to know the truth, I don't know. I won't
True
know
love
until I
does
find it, I guess.
exist. You know,
Well,
it's
I
not
don't
so much
know.
that it's true love. It's and I say this so seriously. It's building a very strong foundation of a friendship. And then that's what turns it into something else.
Yeah, well, that's
You
another
want to
thing
have that.
too. It's like, you know, um, it has to start that way first, you know, like as a
Absolutely.
friendship in a sense.
Yeah.
Because I've done the opposite direction before too, you know, where everything started with sex first. It didn't last very,
It
you know,
doesn't
that kind of
last.
stuff. I mean, you know,
No.
it's like, you know, you can't fix everything with sex.
Nope.
Um, but
Nope. You just jump right into it, feet first. It's not going to ever work out. You have a good friendship, you have things and interests, and you learn how to work it out to compromise and, respect each other. Um, it just
yeah,
has to go very slowly. I'm not
yeah,
going to say it has to develop organically because I can't stand the word organically.
yeah. I don't know.
But
It's
being
just one of
being
the
b-
things.
being best friends with each other gets you to the next level better. I'll say that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't know. It's just one of them things. Is I have a funny feeling is if I ever want to meet the woman of my dreams, I'm going to have to move because the general stock in this area
General
are
stock.
very, yeah, they're very
Cattle in your area
low
just
down.
aren't looking too good.
They're really down there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, all the good women that I know of, they got snatched up at the age of 15. You know, I mean, they're married already with kids. You know.
Wait a minute, you
Um,
have a woman of your dreams?
oh yeah, dude. There's a few of them in my dreams. You know,
What's the
there's a
woman
few
of your
women in my
dreams
dreams
like?
that I have not met before,
What are
and
they
I'm telling
like?
you, huh?
What are they like?
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, they're definitely on that on that level of uh, on my same level, I guess. Where I guess, you know, like you were talking about, it has to start with a friendship first, and then
Mhm,
kind of like it eventually move to something more. Um,
mhm.
in some of the women in my dreams um, have definitely um, they strike me as the women that I've known for a while, and I've you know
Oh,
I've
you're
became
dreaming about women
best
that you
friends.
know.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
there's women in my dreams I've never met before. I've
Okay.
never even seen before. I mean, there's women in my dreams that I mean, there's just in general people. I've had some dreams, especially in the past few years. I've had dreams, very vivid dreams, where I am around people and situations and places that I've never seen before. Um, um, you know, it's like, but the only thing is, like the people that interacting with in my dreams, um, they seem to know me really well. So evidently I know them really well, that kind of thing. But I've never seen these faces before. I don't know who these people are in real life, type of thing. Um, and even the places, like the just the area where we're at, like, the city or the town or even the house. I've never even seen these places before.
So
So I
they're
don't
very
know.
you see distinct faces and distinct
Yeah,
places.
yeah, yeah.
What do the
That's what I'm
faces
saying.
look
It's like,
like to you?
it's, well, it's just different.
Hmm.
Just
Dreams are
different.
interesting.
It's just, yeah, it is kind of weird. I mean, like I said, for the past few years, I've been, and this is another thing too. I relate this because I haven't been smoking pot in a while, which
You
is
haven't?
very abnormal. Which I mean, I've been smoking pot since I was 14 years old, almost every single day until
Yeah.
recently, until the past couple of years. And it's mostly because I can't afford it and all that kind of stuff. So I just haven't been able to get any of it. So, um, you know, marijuana to me is like a dream suppressant. Now I dream, but I don't really have really vivid dreams, and I don't really remember them too much after I wake up. But if I don't smoke and I'm completely fucking, straight up sober for a long period of time, I have really vivid dreams, and I remember a lot of it after I wake up. And sometimes I'm able to continue, even if I wake up and I want to go back to the sleep, and I go back to sleep, I can continue from where I left off and continue the dream on, which
That's
I
pretty
can't
good.
do when I smoke.
I don't
So
remember any of my dreams. When I started writing that book, I was getting off of weed. And it was like all of a sudden I got very creative and all of this stuff came out of me that I wanted to write. And it was when I was quitting smoking, which was very strange.
well, see, that's kind of the opposite for me. I get what I call lubricated. I get very lubricated on my creativity when I get high. I get it comes out um, a lot easier. It's like WD-40 for my creativity. Um,
WD-40.
yeah, I mean that's about what it is. I mean that's how I look at it in a way. It's like lubrication for my creativity, and it
Mhm.
really it helps out a lot too because I mean I start you know like even when I'm like if I'm like making something like some of my stuff that I make a lot of times I'll just sit back and I'll like okay how can I do this or that or whatever. Um, I'll get really creative on what I do and stuff like that. I'll start, whatever. It's just one of them things. Now,
Yeah.
when I'm sober, I have that creativity, but I have to really work at it.
Mm.
You know, um,
Didn't you used to make wind chimes out of the spoons?
I have done that before, but I not very. I've only done it once or twice. Now I think about it.
Did those sell?
No,
Oh, that's a shame.
and it
They were
was
so
mostly just for
pretty.
myself anyway. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
really try to sell.
Chimes drive me crazy, but I think they're beautiful to see.
Yeah, and I was just doing it for myself, really, and it was just out of like miscellaneous junk stuff that
They were very pretty.
had an interesting sound to them. That was
Yeah,
good.
they do. They do. I don't know.
Well,
I
I mean,
just thought,
because I mess around with a lot of metal stuff, so I was like
yeah.
always everyone like even that fire pit that I've got out there. I'm gonna tell you something. When you bang that sucker, it sounds like one of those big bells, like the like the Chinese guys that sit there and bang those big huge bells and stuff.
Hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, isn't
Um,
that just a big old can?
well,
Barrel?
the fire pit that I got.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's like okay, those big, huge lay down type propane tanks that you would put on the outside of a house to run your gas stove or something like that, or like
Yes.
a gas heater or something like that. Well, that's
Mhm.
what that was. It's like just one end of a propane tank that I cut off, and
Oh,
I just use that as a burn pit.
see, when you
I
said
got
a
the
fire pit, I thought you had dug it in the ground and everything.
no, it's just a piece of a
Well, it
you
works.
know, an old propane tank actually. I
Still
use
nice to sit around.
the rest of it, the main body of it, as a burn barrel to burn all my trash
Hmm.
instead of like a 55-gallon drum or something. I just use that. But
You're always finding uses for something. Are you cooking your dinner?
no, I'm still sitting here. I might have to take the headphone. I might have to take the headphones off, so I might have to go back to my speakerphone. I don't know how well the sound's going to be, but hold on, let me try that.
I just hate to think of you being hungry. It's late.
Yeah, let me try that. Let me think about
I'm such a mother. I really
it.
am. Blue, did you eat dinner tonight?
All right.
Do you know what I'd love to live in? A lighthouse. I'd love to live in an old lighthouse. Well, now I can't hear him at all. You ate chili for dinner. So, Blue, you're going to start playing Tuesday nights after Lady C. How nice. That makes me happy. I think you played last night or tonight, and I couldn't get into it because I was doing something else. There's a lot going on. Wednesday nights don't seem to be too busy. Monday nights are busy. Oh, you're thinking about it. Okay, well, you think about it. Do what makes you comfortable. We all love hearing you. I wasn't in yours because I was somewhere else, and I missed being in yours. You're playing really good, really good. I've seen a big progression in you too, Blue. Your singing's getting so much better. Not that it was bad. Your guitar playing is getting better. I miss the instruments that you make, but you're doing really good. Uh, yeah, do the streams. If you could put links under your streams on how to donate to you, I can't find them, and they have to have HTTPS in front of them or something. I would share out your links for your donations. It's just that I can't do it now. Indy seems to know how to do it well. I'm happy to get donations for you. I just need to have the right links. You've got like what 1,500 subs now. Anarchy's got over 1,000 subs, and he just booted himself off again. I think I'm cursing this stream. He's here. He's just muted.
Oh, come on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you.
All right. Hold on. I'm trying to get this thing where I can get off a headset and get on the speakerphone. Hold on. I'm trying to do that. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. I don't want to be the
Audio,
one
audio.
keeping you on here too late.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Am I echoing it or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Cool. All right. I'm on the speakerphone now, so um, I can walk and do some cooking and stuff in there while I'm still listening to you
You look
and
like
talking.
Lady Liberty smoking a cigarette.
That's a joint.
Well, of course it is. All
Matter
right.
of
So what are
fact.
you going to cook?
Uh, I don't know. Maybe chicken carbonara.
Ooh, isn't that with butter and bacon?
Like yeah, like chicken and like maybe some Alfredo sauce and some broccoli or something. I can pasta or something. I don't know.
That sounds
Chicken
good.
carbonara,
That
basically.
sounds good. That sounds good.
That
I
might be
made a
something. It's easy and it's like, one dish type of thing. One dish type of.
yeah, I made beef stroganoff the other day in my crock pot, and I've got 5 meals in the freezer I can eat whenever I want to, and I love it. I'm a good cook when I cook. Just don't cook that often. That's why I
Well,
have
I
so
try
many
to cook. I
recipes.
try to cook all the time because honestly, I just can't afford to go out and eat or anything like that. So I try to cook as much as I can.
Well, I don't go out to eat either. I just buy, like, Publix is so good with buy one, get one free. So if they have a nice pizza and it's buy one, get one free, I'm going to get it. If they have other frozen dishes, buy one, get one free, I'm going to get it. So, I spent $103 at the store Thursday and I got like 5 different meals and fruits and I got everything I needed. Did good. I just
No,
don't need any
okay,
more
this is what I
freezer
think I'm
food.
going to do. This is what I think I'm
What?
going to do. Like a cheesy ranch chicken pasta type of thing.
That
It's
sounds
got
good.
chicken, pasta, broccoli, carrots, corn, creamy ranch, and cheddar cheese sauce.
Okay.
It's like
It'll probably take me 5 hours to get up there. Can you cook it slowly?
I get these things every once in a while. I get these like these big bags of these one skillet meals, which
Yeah.
which is like 2 or 3 meals in one. Right
Yeah.
here,
Yeah,
family
those are
size.
good.
These are not too bad. It's frozen food and stuff like that, but I mean, they're easy to cook, and it's like got all the ingredients right there and stuff. And if I want to, I can add to it.
It
You
looks
know,
good.
and try to get my vegetables.
Yeah. No, it looks good. It looks good. I nuke food. I'm not ashamed of it. And my store also makes really great dinners. And when they go on sale, then I don't mind buying one. So $6.99 for a good dinner. And all I got to do is cook it. Oh, Blue Unicorn is making jelly. Good for you, Blue. Yeah, everybody's over at Indy. She's having her backstage thing. Do you ever go to that? Wingnut?
Say what?
Do you ever go to Indy's backstage speakeasy?
Yeah.
Oh, well, she's having it tonight.
Oh, really? It's tonight?
Yeah.
I thought she was going to do that Sunday.
No, it's Easter, so she started it tonight at 11:30.
Oh, I don't know. Might have to go over there. I don't know. I told her I was going to try and come over there. The only thing is like Passion of the Christ is a long movie. Plus, there's subtitles, and I'm on a cell phone, so trying to read subtitles on a freaking small ass cell phone, it's a pain. I told her that last night. I was like, I'll try and make it out there, but I've seen the movie and I know what it's a long movie and it's got subtitles, and I'm just like, ah, shit.
Yeah, I don't like subtitles either. She's only
I mean,
playing
I
the
don't
one movie.
mind,
She
but
wants to cut it.
I don't mind reading subtitles, but the damn subtitles on this cell phone is going to be really small.
Yeah, yeah, they
So,
are. And she was going to have a short one tonight because tomorrow is Easter. So I don't know how long she was going to go, but
yeah,
she'll
that's what I'm
have
saying.
one
I
again.
mean, Passion of the Christ is like a 2 hour, almost 3 hour movie, isn't it?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's a long movie.
And then she also does the talking before and after it. So I don't know how long it'll run.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the thing.
it sh-
It's like I thought, for some reason, I was thinking it was. I didn't know she was going to do it tonight. I was thinking it was going to be Sunday like normal. I didn't even think about the damn Easter thing.
no, I was on the Nut House panel and he cut it short. He was only on for an hour because he wanted to go over there.
I don't know. Maybe I'll sit here and cook this up with you, and then we'll end it, and I'll wander over there.
Okay,
Um,
you can do that.
if you don't mind doing that, I'll just sit, cook me a little bit up and
No,
get something, and then wander over there. Because I mean, honestly, I've been on this. It's going on 4 hours and 20 minutes
I
now.
know. I don't
Um,
care if you do that. I don't go and do it, but if that's what you want to do, that's fine.
Yeah, you don't go over there all that often on that backstage on those movies
I've
and
never
stuff.
been to one. No, I've never been to one.
Yeah. I
Where
I
we
like watching movies, you know what I mean? I don't mind doing that, and then plus the backstage, man, because it's a lot more intimate, and then on top of that, it's like, um, um, like I said, it's like we call it the speakeasy, like I kind of started that stuff, and I kind of got India into it too, and stuff like that. But it's like that's where we can talk a little bit freer
yeah,
versus being live.
yeah.
So.
I have a trouble not talking during a movie. I don't wanna just,
Oh, I
like
don't either. Yeah, we don't talk. We don't. But the backstage chat will just be fucking blowing up. You know what I mean?
but they're
But
writing. I mean, the backstage
yeah,
chat is writing to each other, they're not talking.
yeah, yeah. It's not talking. It's like there's no talking during the movie, but people will be sitting there in the backstage chat through the whole thing. But like she'll she'll do like maybe like I don't know 30 or 40 minutes before she does the movie, starts the whatever movie or whatever she's going to do, of
Yeah.
just us talking and stuff to get it started. And then she'll do the movie, depending on if she's only going to do one or two movies, depending. Now she'll
Tonight
do a
it's just
movie,
one.
and then after that, we'll talk. And if we don't talk for too long, she'll do the second movie, and then
Mhm.
we'll talk after that one. Sometimes we'll watch one movie, we'll start talking, and the conversation just keeps on going until
Mhm.
like 3 o'clock in the freaking morning. So we never get to the second movie. You know what I mean? So it's actually all right. But
Yeah,
I'm
no, I'm
not going to
sure
be
it's a
able to.
lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to stay up too well. I do want to get up kind of early tomorrow morning, so I won't stay up too damn late. I did take a nap earlier though.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
um,
just too late for me for one thing. I like to kinda keep a regular sleep schedule, so I go to sleep about 2, 2:30. Um,
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't mind staying up all night, but I mean, I told my uncle I wanted to start doing that fence work tomorrow, kind of early while it's still cool out, and get some of it, get a lot of it done, if not whatever. Try and get as much as I can get done tomorrow, and um, I think he'll pay me for doing some of that too. So I want to do that so I can get some money in my pocket.
no, I'm
Um,
sure you will. I hear it gets kinda rowdy back there in the chat too, so I think it's better if I stay out of it.
it depends on who's there.
Well, if Peanut's there, it's gonna get rowdy.
Well, Peanut's all right. It's not too bad. It's but um, um, what's his name? Oh crap. Um, um, Alvin or whatever the fuck his name is. I can't remember his name. But anyway,
I don't
um,
know any Alvin.
no, it's not. That's not his name. But I mean, I can't remember his name. It starts with an A. But anyway,
It's not
um,
anti.
huh? No,
Well, it
but he
doesn't
comes up
matter.
and he talks like he gets really long winded. Um,
Mm.
because he thinks he's so smart and right about everything. I mean, I know you've gotten into conversations with him, and he just keeps on talking over you.
It's
Um,
not Neil Hahn?
Neil, that's who I'm thinking about.
Okay, Neil Hahn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
well,
He
I've gotten to
he
know
normally
Neil.
doesn't he normally doesn't hang out when the movie starts. He usually dips out by that time.
Mm,
He only
yeah,
wants to sit there when we're talking, because he wants to talk.
because he wants to talk, yeah. But
Oh
Neil
man,
doesn't bother me. I've gotten to know Neil better, and I understand where he's coming from, and he doesn't bother me so much.
yeah, Neil's worse, way worse than Peanut is, and Peanut's not that bad in my opinion. But Neil, I mean, I've actually told this to him. I was like, dude, I don't mind, talking with you and having a conversation with you, but you got to learn how, how not to be too long winded. You know what I mean? Give other people a chance to talk. You know what I'm saying? Um, um, you know, it's like take
Well,
a breath.
yeah, yeah,
you know,
and if you try and interrupt him because you want to say something, it doesn't matter. He'll talk over you.
it just
But like
keeps
I
on
said,
talking, keeps on
yeah,
talking.
I've
Yeah.
gotten to know him better. I was on a stream JM was on, and Neil had been on for a while and then left, so I decided I'd go up and talk with JM because I love talking with JM. He's so calm and laid back and easy. And then Neil had come back. Oh no, I went on with Neil was there. Anyway, I got to know Neil a lot better. And so he doesn't really affect me like he used to. I understand him better.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, I don't mind too much. I mean, Neil's fine. It's just, um, I've dealt with people like that on the CB radio. They'll sit there and push down on that key on the microphone and just keep on talking and talking and talking, and you're like waiting there for like 30 minutes before he unkeys and you can actually say something. And he reminds me of those type of people. He'll sit there and talk for freaking 20, 30 minutes, and then he'll take a breath, and that's where you can jump in and actually say something. You know what I mean? Because like I said, he gets on a thought and he just continues on long-winded type of an answer. Um, doesn't It's like he doesn't take a breath. It just keeps on
No,
one
I
word
know.
after another.
Well, I was
Um,
trying to be patient last night and learn to listen and not speak unless Indy said it was okay. And I don't know. I spoke up at the wrong time, but it was actually some good conversation. I just, like I said, I felt like I interrupted a conversation and I'm sorry. I'm not sorry to rank, but I am sorry to you.
well, I was just like, you got something to say? I mean, evidently you wanted to talk about politics. By God, God damn it, you got something to say, don't you?
Yeah, yeah, you got I thought didn't well, I wasn't quite sure if you were being mean or,
I was
joking.
giving you shit about it. That's what I was just giving you shit. Because I mean, honestly, I was like, I mean, the conversation doesn't always have to go that direction. You know what I'm saying? And it's nice to get onto other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Also,
I
and because
do. I understand that.
I really enjoy, some of those conversations should just go off the wall sometimes, and then everybody's just a gut busting laughter and stuff like that. I love those type of things. And if we get into the politics and religion, you don't really get a whole lot of funny moments. You know what I mean? It stays on that serious note, which that can get old sometimes, and I
I
need to laugh sometimes. You know what I
I
mean?
I used to get up there and laugh and Indy and I would have giggle fits and I'd be snorting.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
the whole thing is that there was no women talking. And so I felt if
yeah,
I got up there and started talking, some of the women would talk too. The you men
maybe.
had taken it
Well, hell, there
over.
was only, what was it? It was just Virginia and Indy, I think, or
And Bonnie,
and Bonnie. Now Bonnie will jump in there every once in a while, but I mean, yeah, I mean,
she's pretty
I don't know.
quiet.
Yeah,
Virginia was having technical problems, and I was up there, and I'm just sitting there, and no offense to you, but it was the men talking the whole time.
yeah.
So that's what bugged me. I wanted to get in there and let some of the women start talking.
I hear you.
Okay, it's not, I am rude, but I'm a very strong woman, and sometimes I just want to butt in and I want to let the women talk with the men, not just have the boys club.
Yeah, I hear
That's
you.
all. That's all. I just don't want you looking at me badly because I respect you. Oh, yeah, but Blue, you do talk a lot, okay? But you have a lot of intelligent things to say along the way.
It depends on what I'm talking about, because quite honestly, I mean, I don't know a whole lot of I don't know a lot about everything. You know what I mean? I know a little bit about a lot of different things. That's about it. But um, it
Some of
depends
the
on what I'm
things,
talking about.
yeah,
You
well,
know?
some of the things you talk about, I'm going, I have no idea what you mean, but I'd like to ask you questions and have you explain it. I'd like to ask questions. That's what I do. And Indy likes that I ask questions. I talk a
Yeah.
lot, hell you say. Yeah, you Blue, you know you do. But you
Yeah.
got a lot of really smart things to say that, we can kind of discuss. It's interesting. Don't not come on panels because you think you talk too much. Blue and I've decided that we can interrupt each other and we're okay with it. Right, Blue? Didn't we decide that? I may not have been Blue I decided that with. Blue.
Sir, talk a lot.
Blue, yeah. But Blue and I can interrupt each other and we don't mind. You know, one of us will stop and let the other talk, and then we'll interrupt each other again some other time. It's a good, we work out good. It was actually a good panel last night. You know, I didn't leave unhappy. Rank said something he shouldn't have said. He'd been drinking a whole lot. But for the most part on Steve's panel, I always get along with Rank. And I don't hold any grudge about anything he said.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's like the culture thing, you know, like I said, I mean, um, um, I know a lot of people in different countries. Like I know people in Australia, I know people in the UK, you know, and stuff like that. It's just different different terminology and different words are used different in different areas. Like for instance, you know, like I said, you know, there's certain words like in certain countries it's like a term of endearment, and in this country it's like it's actually offensive. You know what I mean? So it's different, you know, and like Indy was saying, it's like there's this one guy. He's from Scotland or whatever, and I know him pretty well too. And you know, there's some words that just comes out of his mouth like regular, you know, everyday use that is common in his area that is considered offensive in America. You know, and I mean, so some American, especially American women, some American women get very offended by some of these words, and
Oh, I
you
know what
know,
they are.
yeah. So I mean, you know, it's but to some of these, you know, to some of the other countries, it's not offensive. It's actually like it's more like a term of endearment. You know what I mean? Or like a how it's like how we use the word dude in this country. You know, it's like it's that's how they use it in their country. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So
But I wanted to make a point of this. I think that when we're on a panel, people from other countries should respect how they're talking to Americans.
well, I mean, on you know, well, yeah, I'm kind of weird about that. I don't really give a shit one way or the other because I don't mind. You know, I
Us
mean,
women we don't want to be
I
called the
know
C
how
word.
I would use that word, for
Yep.
instance.
But we don't want to be
You
called the
know,
C word.
and if it came out of my mouth, it would mean what it would mean here in America. You know, I mean, I wouldn't use that same word as how it's used in the UK or how it's used in Australia, for instance, because I don't use it that way. I use it to be mean. You know what I mean? Because I'm
Yeah, I
trying to
know.
be mean. You know what I mean? Unless I'm talking to somebody that's from the UK, and even then, I wouldn't probably use it correctly. You know what I mean? Even if I use that same word, I probably wouldn't use it in the same context. In a sense, I wouldn't use it quite the same way. It would sound weird coming from me because I mean, you know, like I said, you know, it's like if I was to use that, for instance, that one, you know, the C word, for instance, that we're talking about.
Mhm.
If I use it, I'm definitely trying to hurt somebody's feelings because I'm not
Yeah.
trying to be nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
I use it. You know
Let
what I
me
mean?
ask you a favor. Please don't use that as a term of endearment towards me ever.
Well, I mean, put it this way: if I called somebody that, I'm trying to be mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
That's about the worst
I
thing you can
mean,
call a woman in the
and
United
especially
States.
if I'm talking to somebody in America, you know, somebody
Yeah.
from America. If I'm talking to somebody from America and I use those same words, I'm trying to be mean. Now, if I'm
Mm.
talking to somebody in the UK, I'm just trying to, you know, use it the same way they use it, and basically, because like I said, it's like how I would say dude, or you know, friend, or something like that, or mate. You know, it's like you know, or whatever. Like these are um, I would try to use it the same way they use it in all that kind of stuff. I mean, it can go both ways, Snooks. You know, it's like you know, you go to European or Australian channels, and go onto their live streams. Um, you know, I guess you should probably be respectful on the same note, like you were talking about how they should be on American stuff. I mean,
And I
so it can
would.
go both ways. Yeah.
But no, but I would. Well, I don't swear anyway, so I don't have that
Oh
issue.
yeah, yeah. I do. I do like a damn drunken sailor. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yeah, I heard you talk when you were trying to make the fire, and you were just like, it was just so funny. I mean, from you, it just doesn't bother me. It's like that's your language. I don't care if other people swear. I don't want the C word. You know that Rank said the B word last night to me, but the way he said it, it didn't bother me because he was saying it in a offhanded way. It wasn't in a mean, malicious way. And so I brushed it off and it didn't bother me at all. I get along with Rank. I like Rank.
oh man. Well,
That
that's another
happened
thing too.
last night, so it's done and over.
I mean, that's another thing too. I mean, Rank's not that bad to me. I mean, if you ever, I don't know if you know who Joe Kerr is, but like Joker,
Yes, I know
he's
who he is.
okay. Yeah, he's the guy from Scotland. Now, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Um, him just talking normally, kind of
Uh-huh.
like how I talk normal, like cussing all that stuff. Nah, his way of talking and stuff definitely would offend some people here, especially women here in America. You know what I mean? But that's just that's just everyday, you know, normal speak. That kind of thing. Kind of like how I sit there and say the fuck word every whatever, and you know, um, it's not a big deal. I mean, I've known Joe for a while though, but um, it doesn't really bother me that much. That's the thing, because I can be kind of bad too sometimes on the way I talk, but
I don't know.
um,
Like I said, men swearing doesn't bother me. Now, Joe, if he was really offensive to me, that's going to bother me, and I would say something. You don't bother me when you swear.
yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes he can be offensive in some ways because I mean, I think he's trying to be.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Let me see who I can shock tonight.
yeah, kind of like yeah, exactly, kind of like a shock and awe type of scenario. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Who can I piss off this evening?
All right.
That's
Well,
okay.
I'm gonna be stepping away from the phone for. So I'll be listening and stuff, but I'm gonna be sitting over here by the stove right here. I'm gonna put this on the stove real quick, but I'll be back and forth.
Well, if you
I'll be
want to shut
listening.
this down anytime you want to, that's up to you.
Well, I mean, I can. You know what I mean?
Well, why don't you go ahead and do that and eat your dinner and you can get over to Andy's.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay?
Um. Well, I'll catch you on the flip side there, Snoke.
Yeah. I'll talk to you again some other time.
All right.
This
Hey,
was
Blue
fun.
Unicorn, dude, you have been hanging in here the whole damn time. I want to thank you a whole hell of a lot for hanging in there. And but yeah, I don't want to go ahead and cook a little bit of this get this on the stove real quick and get this cooked up, and then
Yeah.
I'm gonna wander over and see if I can read the subtitles on that movie, and
Yeah, she'd be glad to see you.
probably
All
watch
right.
part of it.
Enjoy
It's a
your
long
dinner.
movie. I think about it. I want to say it's like I think it's over 2 hours. I want to say that
Yeah. Well, enjoy
it's a
your
long
dinner
movie.
and enjoy going over there. And this was fun, and we may do it again. You never know.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
enjoyed hanging with you.
yeah. Like I said, I was just kind of bored anyway, so I decided, well, might as well go ahead and start a fire. I mean, I'm just surprised more people didn't kind of hang out and got up on panel.
Mm.
Um, I mean, seriously, it's been me and Blue Unicorn for almost 2.5, almost 3 hours, all just but us two. You know,
I like
because
surprises like this.
I probably at the very beginning, I probably got like probably 6 or 7 people at the very beginning of the stream, and it's been
Mhm.
like down to like 2 or 3 people from the whole stream on, basically. Yeah,
Well,
so I didn't really
I
get a
come
whole
up,
lot
I
of
had
people
a good
listening.
time. Eat your dinner and enjoy your night, okay?
All right, Snooks, you have a good one. All right.
Okay, you too, Wing. Good night.
All right, Blue Unicorn. I'll tell you something, man. Like I said, I really appreciate you, man. And I'll catch you on the flip side also. Um, I will be around um, later on. Like I said, I'm gonna cook some food and probably go over to Indies and watch a movie real quick, and um, and then I'll catch you around. All right. You have a good one out there, y'all. Double one, double two, Wing Nut Radio. Back out.